Oh shit! Hold up. Yo, welcome to the stream, guys. It's a little bit early. I don't. It's a little bit early. Well, it's the afternoon. Welcome to the stream today. Really easy. We're playing some TFT, and most importantly, we'll be watching the PoE ExileCon announcements. I'm really excited. Really excited, and it's gonna be lit. That's pretty much it. I got nothing else to say, man. I was streaming really late last night. Streaming late last night, and I stayed up to like 4. So today was kind of a bleh. Think PoE2 will end the war in Ukraine? Possibly. I actually think legally I'm required to say that that is unlikely. But just unlikely. The Omni Bro, welcome back for 31 months. Thanks for your summing. Hey Scar, has OTV ever heard of Interrail? No. It's a program where you can take any train in Europe for X amount of days, which means you guys can go to the train station, pick up and go there. Pretty cool experience, most importantly, insane content. Thanks for the content, been following you since Season 2 Worlds. That's, first of all, that's really cool. I think a lot of us really love trains. The problem is the first part, which is Europe. I personally don't have much desire to visit Europe. I think most of my travel stuff, I don't like. I would want to go back to Spain at some point in my life because I had a really good time there. I would want to go to Greece some point in my life because I've heard a lot of good things. But I personally have not much desire to go to Europe. We have like 1 or 2 vacations a year, and generally speaking, I really like the Asian countries. Just a personal preference. If I redeem the 1 million champion reward, can I show you my Minecraft server? I don't even have Minecraft installed, man. How bomb is your server? You sell it to me. What do you got in there? Oh my god. We got the triple priz offer. Get in here, guys. Get in here. Mass and Beer plays on the server? That can't be true, because I know she plays on mine. It's really my bad have a cool build on? No! These fuckers, man. I lost my triple priz game to someone who wanted to play Ecliptic Vaults. You gained 4 gold. It's a massive town. You know, I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna go ahead and say no. This guy, they did a fucking portal, man, for 4 gold. These guys are lame. I'm so sad. We really got.
Darkness gathers on the isles from every depth.
ExileCon reveals going to make me lose my mind. Oh, I'm excited. I'll talk about it a little bit more as we get to it, but a lot of people are worried they're going to slow down the zoom portion of PoE. Personally, I kind of hope they do. If it leads to more, I think it's a good thing to slow down a little bit. IMO.
Darkness gathers on the isles from every depth.
Oh, FanFest is today. Ham is there. I wonder what they're going to announce today. You stole body pillows for everyone at the event.
Keep your enemies close and me closer.
I will
I don't have a strong enough team to take escort quests. Oh, I didn't pick up the Kassadin.
Name's Samira. Try not to slow me down.
Guess we're fighting.
Oh, what do I actually make here? Is it IE? I think I have to play AP here, right? Because it is... Playing AP with pumping up is not optimal, but whatever, man. I guess I could have slammed IE and went Rageblade. I probably should have done that. I'm not a huge fan of playing AP from pumping up, but whatever. Pumping up good? Oh, the more I play it, the more I think it's one of the best in the game right now. Everyone's playing Dragon King, but if you like playing Aphelios Zeri, I think this is like one of the best augments in the game. The collab with Fall Guys are adding in Fall Guys course in the Golden Saucer. That's kind of cool. What am I doing here? Like, it feels really bad because, like, I don't really want to sell, you know? Like, what do I do here? Can't hold everything, but it's so many pairs. I did decide to cut something. I think I'm cutting Renekton's, I guess. It's time? Oh. I mean, a couple hours, yeah. Golden Kappa joys. Wait, I just had someone come in the other day with one. What the heck? The heck? I got 2 in like 2 days. They have super rare golden hype trains now. There's a golden hype train. What? The fuck? Have I been missing out? Oh, golden hype train. What the? Did I just sell this?
Ionia. The place was so damn quiet before I came along. Okay.
I've never seen it before either. I didn't know there's a golden hype train. That's interesting. Do I win this? Oh, it's Ravenous. Oh, I do win this. I guess I just pre-level this, I guess. Wait, do I win this? Oh, I win this, yeah. Wait, does anyone know how long the ExileCon announcement is going to be? I literally took the sponsorship and I was like, I didn't even ask. I was just going to watch the whole thing. I'm assuming it's an hour to 2 hours. Probably an hour. Right? Probably an hour. Hour and a half? Hour 50. No. I need to know how long it like lasts.
I will snuff yours out. I loved a
I mean, probably Soraka's better, right?
place I've been.
I almost want to do this instead. I don't think this unit stacked great without Heal's 1.5. Oh, sick. Strategist emblem. Okay. He made a Talia too. What the heck?
Always rise
And
to the top.
okay, hour and a half. Awesome. Thank you. 30-minute post show. Okay. Do you play Baldur's Gate 3? I don't have a group for it right now, so I am tentatively not really interested. No, bro. I slammed instead of slamming IE Rageblade, I went fucking Zeri. Oh, I went fucking Show. Oh, man. Whatever, man.
This time's no different.
Is it Robo Arm? It can't. Oh, thank God, it's not Robo Arm. Sicko, welcome back for 28 months. Thanks for subbing. Another 5 hours of content. I don't know if I'm watching all of that. I'll catch it up in VODs. No way he's got Swain too. I'm playing TFT recently, but I don't know what to get the basics. I don't know what to look for. I mean, you get a lot of what to look for in. How do I say this?
The Shadow Isles are just the beginning.
Like you'll learn it over time. I'm selling this shit. I got this last round. Oh my god. For the one. Let's hit. 3.
You always fight so poorly.
What do I do with this? GS? Or do I do ZZ Rot? It's 4 Invoker right here, right?
But I'll never forget.
But like I would never play it over these two, you know? It just wouldn't happen. Okay, that's fine. Watch a new expansion trailer? I have not. I feel like to get a lot top 2 a lot, you need a lot of luck. Or you need some luck, yeah. But if you're better than you're like, I would say that luck doesn't really matter. Like you're missing a lot of easy non-luck traits if you're low elo. Like if you watch any of the people play at like the rank 1 stream, you're like they are like so good. So meta every fast 9 Ari win game. Every game. Oh my god, I got medium end.
As Ionia changes, so must I.
TFT is 70-80% skill. Yeah, probably something like that. This guy is late game specialist. Oh my god. I think I killed a lot of units here, yep. I wonder if Karma's better than Cassie already. It's gotta be close. Hopefully, okay, well, that answers my question.
I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
Do I want Shiv? I'm trying to think. Did I ever play Shiv in this comp? Like, Shiv is pretty darn good. I think it's fine. I either take Shiv or RFC or GS. I got so lucky this game. Hitting Karma 2 here naturally is life-saving for me. Oh, you won. What the heck? Scar, what's up? Oh, no. Nah, it's okay. I might actually keep this Yasuo. How about you going? Well, it just kind of started. I slept something like 4 p.m. or 4 a.m. Okay, I have my Ari items, I guess. I mean, I'm feeling not bad. I sell these as soon as I get Shen Tarek, I guess. Like, I'm feeling... This game's looking kind of bad, but it's not that bad. Oh, shit. This guy kind of looks like he hurts. Oh, I hit a guy who hit Tarek 2 this turn. Level 7, just leveled, went to 0. That's not good for me. I would like not to play someone who just went to 0. Okay, I took 12 because this guy play a guy who literally all ins. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. I'm okay. It's okay. I love watching TVs. You're in the thank you. Okay, I might go the fastest fucking 8th of my life here. We'll see.
Guess we're fighting.
Nah, it is not how I'm 90% sure not playing this unit. I mean, his backline kind of blows. I think I killed him here. Oh. You know, it's so good I lost by 1 here. That's actually amazing. I thought I was going to win that because I looked and I was like, oh shit, this is not looking good. I think we sell these. I sell this. I guess I hold gold in case I get level up here. Oh no, I'm pretty sure I need to level here. I'll take the loss here.
Feel the power of true ice.
What I have done cannot be undone.
Okay. What are these items? Like, is Zon Rise good? Oh, it's the rezzing one. That does not feel good. Zon's good if you have gold. Oh, he has. Okay.
Any
volunteers to charge blindly into a storm of souls?
Can I wait 2 more rounds? Ideally, I want to roll at 8 at 4-5. I think I have to wait. Whatever happens. Hold karmas because you're gonna have to swap these items, and you still need karma in the comp. Oh, this guy hit 3-star Warwick. That is no good. Okay, I may be going the fastest 8th of my life here, but it's okay.
The shadows.
Demacia must lead by example.
It's fine. I can't take 20 here, and I'm pumping up. Guy level 8. Pace to learn. Oh my god. I win here, right? Perfect. Okay, just in time to turn it around. And I hit him right before he spiked level 9. This is great. I'm kind of down to just TG Belveth here. Oh, it's either get the Rise or TG Belveth. I think it's this. Because, like, I can't... I want to keep... it's like I can't really put this on Rise. I guess I can and stay 4 Invoker. I feel like that board strength is really bad. But if I hit Rise 2, it's a Rise 2, you know?
Any volunteers to charge blindly into a storm of souls?
As Ionia changes, so must I.
Demacia, now and forever.
I won't be denied.
I sound rude because I've got a world to save.
I'll do this for now, and I'll swap over. He's 26 stack. Wow, this Rise when you have no gold is fucking terrible. I lost this. Whatever, man.
Every step, a new journey.
The void will drown you all.
Yep, that's my Belveth. I don't think I can make this. Probably just sell for to make 10 here, and then open sell this as soon as I find Ari. Do I open cell and roll for Ari here? Probably, right? There's no way I'm keeping either of these two units, or this unit.
Piltover's finest.
Oh, I could have played Gwen here. Shit. I should have held Gwen's. I forgot I had Senna. Ah, it's fine. I probably can't hold Gwen because the only way I win the game is through Ari.
The ice storm. Ooh, Freljord.
I may be merciful, but Targon isn't.
I can't hold it.
Is not of this time.
We should have left home years ago.
Well, so far, vlog. Thank you. I'm very much enjoying vlogging. I mean, what else am I gonna do here? Shit. I'm capped, I guess. Rolling here feels pretty bad, but I have these upgrades. I'm not I could use Scion over this. And potentially Heimer. Oh, me not having anti-heal here because no Heimer really sucks. Wait, I got RFC? No way. Wait, I walked. I got RFC on my fucking TG. Nice. I mean, what's the damage split right now? Ari, Belveth, Senna, and then Senna shielding like 6k. Yep, that's not balanced. Oh, and then now I get the shit one. I need someone to die. Like, this guy's RE2? Like, come on, man.
Any volunteers to charge blindly into a storm of souls?
Yes.
I think getting the silence is worth a shitload here. It's 200 health on my units, right? Or 100 health on my units. Be gone. Pow. Double stroke over Ionia. Oh, I don't really care about Ionia, I'll be honest. It's kind of whatever. Really with the Scion. Fuck. How am I supposed to take here then? I think it's this. Biggest problem is like I can't hit the Aries, and that's a really big problem.
I must hurry.
Okay, I don't think I roll anymore. Okay, I'm pretty set. Yeah, like honestly, I'm supposed to go and level here. Yeah, but I don't know about that. Whole lobby is with life? Yeah, I don't think I'm leveling anytime soon. This guy has fucking... The thing is, like, I rolled so much, right? And I didn't get RE2 at Belvet 2. How did he even kill my backline? Wait. I died? No way. From 16, it perfectly killed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wow, that's so unlucky. I guess a 5th. I feel like that's so unlucky. This guy just hit RE2 and I didn't. Okay. Let me go play some ads. And oh, I mean, that game was okay. I guess I ended the fit. The thing about pumping up is you don't want to be generally competing. Like, I'd rather play AD with pumping up. But this one is really OP for mages. Gotta go fast. Super OP. Also, ain't terrible if you're Ionia Ari. I mean, I think of that game and I'm like, well, isn't that just like an Ari diff? Like, the Ionia is nice, but like, oh shit, hold on. Let me pull you guys back over here. I don't know how this got pushed over. I feel like I just got unlucky with who I hit there, and then it's just like, bleh. I got owned. Like, giga bleh. Caitlyn9922, welcome back for 40 months. Thanks for sub. Like, we all kind of rolled at the same time, right? But like, I got 1 Ari and then they got 3, so it's like, okay, well, I mean, the Senna 2 hard carried for sure, so I can't really complain. But like, damn. On 4-5? Wait, is it random? 4-5 is so late. That is really bad. Like, 4-5 seems super late. Is that normal? Let's switch to Pro. Pro is fun, like, for sure.
They will feel pain they've never imagined.
Is it 2-5 or 4-5? Oh, I thought it could be 3-5 as well.
Keep your enemies close, and me closer.
Guys, I don't want to alarm you guys, but I have the BIS items for Garen so far. Oh, it's Orn Anvil. Oh. Sorry, I get... Okay. I want to play Garen. Don't get me... Oh, why did I sell that? Whatever, it's fine. Oh my god, I actually have BIS Garen items. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Wait, please. Please.
Blade anybody.
Oh, damn. even do here, man? I kind of want to just lose for a bit. I have Piltover. I guess I just do this. Sure. Radiant BT? I think it's Radiant BT over Rageblade. Almost always. Or it's Radiant QSS. Arch Alaska, what about for 20 months? Thanks for your subbing. Radiant multiplies the healing still because you deal more damage. Okay, but Radiant BT is like a bigger thing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Radiant BT is Giga OP. I wish it gave you like the Radiant thing if I held Alt or something. I'm pretty sure it's like, I mean, it might just be a whatever thing because I'm gonna play I'm gonna play Zeri anyways.
Keep your enemies close, and me closer.
6-skin suit. I killed one, but the one was a void unit, so I did not save any life. No. Okay, am I gonna play Garen? Like, am I? Isn't Garen Giga bad? It's like I won with Garen before, but I know it was so lucky. I'm probably gonna play Garen. The thing is, I don't know what to put on Garen. Fuck, I'm just gonna play BT Rageblade, and then I'll fucking Radiant one of these, and he'll get the Radiant item from Demacia. I'm overthinking this. The only question is if someone randomly contests me for Garen. But I feel like if that happens, I should just forfeit the game. Because that's just Giga unlucky. Oh, wait. Shit, this is more important than with Garen, you need to actually get as many spats as possible. It's one of the comps where the Juggernaut spat is worth more than anything else.
If I don't kill you, so
Alright, fuck all of this. Okay. And then... Okay. Oh, he's doing pumping up as well. I mean, I'm definitely just gonna sell this, right?
Name's Samira. Try not to slow
Oh, I'm against 6 units. Oh, fucking no. Oh, that's rough. It's okay. Damn, this guy leveled to 6 to beat the other guy. I think there's no difference between getting 5-0 and 6-0 in stage 2 anymore. So it doesn't matter. I'd still take 10. Because there's a way to do that. Please don't make ban Kench. Kench is actually terrible. I like gold a lot, and I don't play Kench, which should tell you how bad Kench is. Take 9 for 5 units. I'm pretty sure you take 10, and then you take 10 from 6 as well. And they made it so if you lose by more than 5 units, you take 1 less damage or something. Pretty sure. Ooh, wait, it's actually okay, just give me chain and then give me bow. And that'd be perfect. Okay, or just give me random bullshit. What the hell is this?
I'm going in.
If I don't kill you, so
Okay, I need to roll for a juggernaut, right? Oh my god, it's gonna be so bad if I just have Challenger in. What the fuck, man? I can't do anything though. It's like just.
I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
Sell this later. Boom.
So
Oh my god. Is that even a good one? The problem is I can't really get a good radiant item, right? Because I'm pretty much forced to... Oh god, keeping a prismatic on the bench is not ideal. I have to pray for Radiant Rage Blade. I'm keeping this, I guess. Actually, I need Juggernaut Spat, so I need to actually just kill it. I just need to switch to Juggernaut Spat ASAP. What if I have no Rage Blade and I just play Pumping Up instead? Is that okay? Oh, wait. Am I fucking stupid? Let's just do this. And I just... It's fine. I don't even need the Demacia item. Back carousel, yeah. Or Fawn, right? Damn, man, it's on the Juggernaut too. My kind of day, baby. Oh, it's looking good. It's looking hella good. Item reroll? No, it does not. It pops up after the reroll, I'm pretty sure. Don't want to talk about it. Don't want to fucking talk about it.
Targon isn't.
Do you not want to fucking... Don't say shit. Don't want to talk about it. Oh my god, that's so unfortunate. Why, you get CC'd that hard? Did knockup CC not decrease with overtime or some shit? How is that even possible?
Demacia is my home, but I'll never forget Ionia.
Oh, this guy kind of railed me. It's okay. Okay, now I just spent some time to roll 6 Juggernaut, Sona, Jarvan. I don't really even need to play Demacia this game, to be honest.
I will restore Freljord's greatness.
Shurima is not this time.
Demacia, now and forever.
My Runeterra will be beautiful.
I've got you.
Show the strength of Demacia.
I'm gonna put this here. What am I missing? I missed a set. Fuck, that's what I was missing. I
will never fade.
I'm looking for also it's just this, right? Gifts. 80, is 80 even good? It's not bad. Get a BF as well. It's probably actually this. I find this set kind of annoying.
Demacia is my home, but I'll never forget Ionia.
Ionia. Place was so
Oh,
damn
fuck.
quiet before I came along.
I just need to put this in over this, and I'm good to go. It's actually such a big deal, too. I'd probably win this round if I actually have it in. I 100% win this round. Fuck, it's fine. It's okay. You know, I don't think I pick up the BF sword. I'm not just leave it there. 3 Zeeks. Yep. He's spinning. I have pump it up, so I'm not really worried about like super rage blade. I just want the BT. Spin the win, baby. Fuck. It's alright, it's alright. It's a different story when I hit Garen 3. Oh. Wait, hell yeah. And this lets me get rid of set, right? Fuck, what do I do now with this many spats?
Defy lust and taste your own blood.
The Shadow Isles are just the beginning.
I don't think I ever go up, right? I just stay this level and roll. Spin, baby. You need to stabilize more? Nope, I'm stable. I'm giga stable, actually.
The world may fall to darkness, but not
I still don't know what to even make, is the problem. I'm trying to make 2 Zeeks, right? Oh no, this is like my one nemesis. What the fuck? He has Shojin Edge? That is so fucking lame to play against. Wait. Wait? Wait? No, it's not that lame. Never mind.
Victory awaits.
Yasuo ulted me and I stayed closer to the target. I mean, like Edge is OP, right? But luckily I'm playing a character where I don't really care about Edge. Pick more Garens in the future? Oh, I'm rolling for him. You already know. Don't want that item. Don't want that item.
To the dust.
There's one.
Shurima is not of this time.
For great science.
Oh my god. The shrink came in just in time because it's exactly what I fucking needed for this comp. I need a shrink in the Meccano. Oh, I definitely need Meccano here to... Am I dead? I'm good. I only need 1%.
Demacia, now and forever.
Fuck it, I'll shrink.
If I sound rude, it's because I've got a world to save. Noxus will rise. Demacia!
Got it, got it. Damn, I can't believe I hit the Aatrox too. Double shrink. Shrinko, Shrinko, Meccano. What the fuck? Is this not the biggest bait ever? Oh my god, it's RE2, final reserves, level 10. What the fuck am I playing against? And do I even lose this? Like, real talk, is this even a loss? Someone said dead. Yeah, but not for me. Ooh, I'm sorry. Try level 11 next time. Another Zeke's, baby. Another Zeke's. Okay, I'm pumping up. I'm 30%. And I got 3 Zeeks, which is 45%, 75% attack speed. 2 Radiant items. That's between Garen? No, you don't want Garen to have attack speed. Or I don't want Garen to have attack speed. If I get one more... I'm holding it above 10, but if I get one more Garen, I'm just sending it. Probably sell the Heimer. I don't think Heimer 2 makes a difference here. Well, actually, that's not true. Heimer 2 is kind of good. Oh, I'm a little worried against Lux players. Lux is such an annoying character. Wait. Yes! A top 4, baby!
Noxus will rise.
You actually robbed everyone? What do you mean? Oh no, his contagion? Oh, that is not good for me. Ulti his ass. Ulti his ass. Yeah, keep him in the dirt. Yeah.
Victory
Oh,
awaits.
it's okay. I think I got it. Okay. I mean, I think I'm good. Yeah, no, this is a fully deserved win. The rest of my lobby should just play better if they wanted to win. I don't want Zeke's on J4. Well, that might be better than Aatrox now. I want a third Demacia item now, probably.
The glory of Demacia will never fade. Victory awaits.
Wow, this shit blows. What? Just in case I miss, whatever, man.
Show them the strength of Demacia.
I can re-roll it. Yeah, you're right. Shit. Wait. Wait, I wanted on this. No, wait. Oh, I put the bow grief me. Oh my god. Oh, never mind. I knew he was gonna get Zephyr here. Does it work if I do this? No way, man. No fucking way. Okay. Okay, I'm feeling pretty good. 4-2-1. Okay, there's not going to be a next round. For sure. Holy moly, man. Wait, Sona one still has a Radiant? Oh, I have to toggle J4. Fuck. Wait, Darius reset twice here. Wait, he owns. Ah, you know how it is, ladies and gentlemen. You know how it is. Just a classic, I'm a GG when everyone leaves. So it looks like I'm nice, but I'm actually just the ultimate BM. Oh, you know, just such an easy game. Ah, I feel pretty good. PWB already leads one back for 47 months. I'm gonna go play some ads. Bro hit Heimer Atrax level 7. What do you mean? That's a normal level 7 roll. You finished the TFT pass, have I? Yeah? Bro, Soju finished this on day 2 or some shit like that. Two-star Garen, Infinite 5 costs 2 spats, lives with 1 HP, hit a 1 in a million shot, all 3 5 costs being 1 double rating item on Garen. Oh god, it sounds like you're coping. I'm sorry, I'm just a better player. It's not a big deal, man. Oh, I usually want Vandal, but... Haha, suckers, idiots. I didn't even want this one. That's the best part. I only took it because no one else was on. What am I going to do on this? I don't even want this. It's so bad, man. Oh, shit, okay. What are some of the rarest spats in the game?
The Shadow Isles are just the beginning.
Oh, I'll also be watching the ExileCon with Hyun and Cutie, actually. I think they're both sponsored. So it'll be a nice little watch party with the boys. Oh, Zon. Oh, shit. Zon is sick. And I have a thing already?
I have but one life to give for Ionia. I must make it count.
They'll play PoE, yep. They're all 1,000-hour plus PoE players like me. Although I feel like that doesn't mean anything. Like 1,000 hours means like Okay, like you kind of barely touched the game. I think I'm 2,000 hours in PoE right now.
I will show you the path.
Darkness gathers on the isles from every depth.
Probably not going Zon this game with this opener.
I have but one life to give for Ionia. I must make it count.
How do I do my items here? Is this Slam Hodge? I mean, it's not terrible, I guess. Sam Guardbreaker. But it's kind of hard to even use that. Well, I don't need to slam anything. I'm pretty sure I win this, right? Wait. How good is Darius? Not that good, right? Oh, he didn't even get a reset. Okay, well, I think I'm fine. Oh.
There's a saying, never fight Ionians on their home soil.
I saw someone play Shadow Isles, and the cap for Shadow Isles for them was to sell every unit that wasn't Gwen Senna, and I was like, holy fuck. Even though they had 2 Shadow Isle spats, they didn't play 6 Shadow Isles. They played 4. And I'm like, damn. Oh, I got a little scared there, a little spooked.
Darkness gathers on the isles from every depth.
Okay, my position was really bad, and this got hit last time. I mean, I can't double level here because I have nothing good to add in. Maybe like another Viego, but it's not great. Has anyone ever played 4 Rogue, like in their fucking life? I've never seen someone play it. And when I read it, I feel like, doesn't it not make sense with the Rogue augments? Is it good? Saw it in House Lightshield once. Excuse me. It's shit. Oh, that's not good. Dude, I don't have tissues, so I have to use like paper towels to blow my nose, and it's like the worst experience ever. It's like the equivalent of like not having like 1 ply for your ass. I'm not very happy, man. I'm not a happy camper. I mean, realistically, Warmogs is like a giga OP item on Shadow Isle. Like, it makes your tanks fucking stupid strong. Friend never had tissue at the place. Oh, I just forget to buy them sometimes. Like, it's a completely my fault kind of deal. This is such a bad unit, man. Like, what is the best unit I can buy here? Is it actually Ashe? It might actually just be another Viego. Probably Ashe. Like Ashe here, I think. Yeah, but if you read how Shadow Isles works, it gives you a shield based on their health. So like, Shadow Isle is actually kind of crazy with certain. Oh. Has a 0 already? Oh, this guy is. I think I got it. Thank God. This guy slammed no items, so I was able to win. If he slammed BT there, I lose for sure, right?
If I don't kill you, so
How much damage did Ashe do? Holy fuck. And she chills, right? Fuck, maybe I just keep Ashe in. Yeah, Ashe looks kind of good. Is he Ashe carry? They buffed her, right? I have not. Oh no. Oh, what is this? Oh. I think I win this. These aren't that good. Oh, okay. So I'm in a pretty good spot. I 5 streaked. I had pumping up. So it's like I get attack speed, like 10% attack speed every stage. I'm at 20% now, which is great. Yeah. Hold on to this for now. Kind of down to sell this. Whenever you can full win streak the first stage, you're always in a great position. The other game matters a lot, and yeah, I don't regret slamming any of the items. Viego with BT Raidway Slayer is the only way to do 4 rogue. That sounds highly illegal.
I must hurry if I am to win.
Oh wait, what's the 4th Shadow Isle? Oh my! I got this before Callista, man. What the hell? Oh, Idealism would be awesome here. So good. Oh, I'm supposed to level here. Oh, I should have leveled. Oh, this is so stupid. I hope I don't hit the first place player. Oh no, it's okay. I won. I greeted and I won. I'm the best. Challenger, Shadow Isles both giga good. Not terrible. Can make it work. I feel like I want to roll for. It's like so hard.
Love for Noxus.
I don't think 3 Slayer is good, right? %5 more damage, pretty garbage. Dude, I think rolling for a Maokai or another better unit than this is actually pretty logical. Also, is this guy's board not really fucking good? What? How is this guy's board so... Oh, he's 20 gold. Oh, he rolled. Huh. It's fine. Yeah, this guy, I mean, he's win streaky now, and it makes sense. Like, he's got really good items. No problem. Death Dance, BT, holy moly. Has anyone ever gotten the 3 TG items? I don't know, there's 3 of them, right? There's Lucky Gloves, Rascal Gloves, and then there's the other one, right? That makes your TGs like 30% better or something. The combination of those 3 must be like insane. A 30% attack speed, yes. Kalista, I mean, he has 1. It's okay. Lucky Gloves, 3% attack speed buzz, and Radiant Gloves once. Wait, that's awesome. I've always wanted to get hit the triple. I need these. No, it's fine. 3 rods in the last 4, and 3 of them get taken. QSS for my Gwen 3. That's true. It is her best item, for sure. Yes. He's back here. Oh, that was so close. It's fine. Like, I don't even mind.
This land was made for me, and me alone.
I think that the rogue is actually doing really well. He takes damage at the start and he gets out.
Dawn is the future.
I mean, I'm probably fast. I'm definitely fast 8 this game, right? Oh, I just want to make. Oh, he got double Bruiser Crown with Gargantuan Resolve. Oh my god. Wait, he hit the nuts. Oh, he only has 1 Titans for this unit though. If he had 2, that would be the actual nuts.
We are vengeance.
Okay, 5 Shadow Isle. I probably play 6 for a little bit and then get out, right? Honestly, I need a Rage Blade for this comp. I don't think I'm beating some of these units without the fucking Rage Blade. Whatever, man.
We are not finished with you.
What the fuck are these items, man?
Is not of this time.
Like, BTQS. If I slam BTQS in this comp, I'm gonna cry. How about if it's this? EFG Blue Buff Lux. Pretty good. Pretty awesome. These, like, this is definitely her best item by like a fucking mile. This is so good with Foreshadow, right? Are you gonna roll here? I think I want the greed. I want the epically greed. How the Isle's better? I think that augment sucks. Oh, was it worth losing to Shadow Isle for Spat? It's probably Shen. I mean, you could also do it on Ari. It's pretty good.
Shurima is not of this time.
Target 2 is actually really bad here because I need to sell him. I would like to stay. It's fine. I don't know how to play this comp actually. I'm gonna have to do some freestyling where I think I play 6 Shadow Idol for a little bit, and we'll see. Oh, yes, snipers focus on this. Not a terrible loss. 5. 46. Okay, I'm in a great spot. I kind of want to just take the Ari here. Okay. No way he takes this. What the fuck? Sure.
left home years ago.
Darkness gathers on the isles from every
I don't really know what units to take here.
The void has breached this place.
Yari looks good. Yari looks really good. Oh, the Ahri looks giga good, actually. Holy shit. Like this. Like this? Sorry, this.
The void has breached this place.
Sure, man. What the fuck is this one? Before Raptors, because I want to not lose fucking life, man. Also, if I get a JG, does anything change? No. I can still put it on Gwen. Alright, my position is really bad here. Sir Kaisa, honestly, because I don't really care about Slayer spats. It gives you a very minor amount of lifesteal. I feel like for a backline unit, it's like okay.
Kaisa, remember the name.
I did not get punished.
darkness gathers on the isles from every depth.
Demacia must lead by
No
example.
Gwens, by the way. It's not good.
We are vengeance.
I don't think I can play this.
We should have left home years ago. Have fun!
I mean, I guess. Technically, is this supposed to be Yasuo? But I guess I could never really fit that in. I guess I could never fit it in. Oh fuck! Rolling for RE2 at 8 seems really bad though. Taric Yasuo over Kaisa? Yes. But it's too expensive. And I wouldn't want to sell a Kaisa too. So I can't roll anymore either. So I just have to wait. My front line is kind of dog shit, but it's whatever. Yeah, I can't. I can't really roll anymore here. Oh. Backline. Good. Interesting. Probably have this keep rolling here.
I must hurry if I am to win.
I was gonna wait for Gwen 3 for WinCon, but I don't think I can. Switch this, switch this. I guess I sell these then? They never make it in.
Target marked. Just looking for a road home.
Okay, now it doesn't look like shit. I think this is the best I can do here. Okay. Now I got 9. Hope for Ari off the carousel here. I actually don't think I would have cared about 3 Ionia much here, because the mana regen is kind of whatever. But you also get more from Gotta Go Fast as well. So I think they just tend to compound really well. Oh shit. We're just gonna try to juice the Gwen here, I think. I was thinking about taking this for 2 Aatrox, but the likeliness of me hitting another Aatrox here and the downside of me not having damage on Gwen felt too bad. Give her Ari. Don't think it's worth it. Hitting the one Ari when people have other people have Ari seems like really a waste of your fucking gold. I still can't. If I had if I had Yasuo pair, maybe I would consider something. But not having Yasuo pair is like, rolling here just feels disgusting. Yeah, this Maokai kind of slaps. This Ari is owns, or is this a 3rd cast? Okay, I have to roll. Shit. I casted 3 times with Ari. Oh my god. Okay, well then I feel a lot I feel a lot better about rolling now. Yep. I think, well, yeah. Wow, Shadow Isles Ari is kind of something else, man. Can you believe if she was 2-star Ari? You know, everyone on my team did a lot of damage here. I'm happy with everything. It's just pumping up. It's a pumping up fucking gap right now. 56% attack speed. Everyone, 56%. Look at the attack speed they start with. 1.3, 1.49. It's literally just, it's a giga gap. Return. I played it a little bit already. Third Gwen item, and I'm good. I don't think I ever play Karma here. Oh, shit. That is a Gwen item. Yes, indeed.
Forever. Consulte. Hear my name and know my strength.
Oh shit.
Any volunteers to charge blindly into a storm of
It's gotta be better. It doesn't even matter that I don't have Challenger. Like, fuck Challenger. What, I have more than Challenger 2? That's humanly possible. No way it goes to the back line here. What? Oh, that was bad positioning by me. Fine. Still win. When owns. Yeah, like whatchamacallit.
For great science.
Oh, top 3. Oh, hell yeah. I will hit this guy before he hits Rek'Sai 3, please. Oh, he's not even close. This guy's a little scary, but I think last time I played against this guy, I didn't have the front line. Or the Gwen items. I think now it should be a lot better. Come on, give me RE2 here.
Just looking for a road home.
Oh, shit. Hit this guy. He's not close to Rek'Sai 3. He's got Brawler. Oh, I'm wrong side, I think. I am wrong side. Uh-oh. Ah! It's fine, actually. He rotated here. No problem. I lose this? Oh my god. Wow. That was... surprising. Oh shit. I would have had Shojin Senna with Aatrox 2 here. I would have won the out. Fuck. That's so unlucky. Oh, me not having Shiv kind of sucked this game, yeah. Is this Cho 3? Damn, it's still 4,900 health. That's just 6 bruiser. Still underrated. I don't think it was Rek'Sai. I think it's more like I just didn't have Shiv in the comp. I think maybe it was play Heimer then. When I rolled the Heimer dinger. I would play Heimer over Aatrox here. It sounds really bad, but like I think the shred was worth it. I actually made a big mistake then. I can't believe there's 2. Huh. Oh, I could have won this game. Holy shit. Damn, that sucks. How much so expensive? I mean, I rolled. Oh, that's true. I didn't have that much gold either. Their 1-star RA is pretty good. I feel like that was a first placeable game though. But it's just like if I ever got lucky enough to hit RE2 at 8, I ought to win, right? But that didn't happen. Like this, in fact, this is one of the rare games where only one person hit RE2. I feel like usually multiple people hit RE2. I feel like RE2 is like such a crazy unit. It's all right. Let me go play some ads and let's go watch Exile Con. Beansu, welcome back for 7 months. Let me actually go pee and get some water right before as well. I'll be back. Water. These guys a Bruiser player? Oh shit. I'm surprised you did so well. I hit anywhere 3 stars. Okay guys, hold on. I'm gonna switch over to PoE. Okay. Where is the stream? Where is the stream? Where's the stream? Oh, okay.
Automatically picking.
All right, where do I put myself? Am I in a good spot? Top left? Good spot?
To what we're going to be seeing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Eladrin 757. Welcome back for 29 months. Thanks for subbing. Okay.
Oh, it's a tough one. I mean, a big wrap up would make sense if it is really the last.
Put myself in
PoE1
Ziggy's
league.
chair.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
8 minutes. Okay, hold on.
like
Let
Ryze
me
said,
ask.
blow it all up.
Blow it up.
Just blow it all up. It always works because what's left in the, in the ashes. We'll see about that. Or a boat league.
I mean, that's always the other option, right?
Yeah.
Boat league?
There's always a
Boat league?
Fishing league.
Yeah.
I mean,
Boat
we've had
league?
gardening. Surely we can have fishing actually at some point. And as the
No,
final,
no
just like a
homo, but
meme
math. Dude,
send-off
Mathil is
for
like,
PoE1.
Yeah.
I think Crystal curses the gardening league.
he's a fucking Chad.
Yes, we know they do. Certainly.
I don't think they like that one.
I think, it's kind of the ending of an era. We're moving from PoE1 to PoE2.
Isn't that Valo?
and
Haley, this is
jumping
better than
forwards in
Valo.
time significantly. We're not getting a whole new world, but we are getting propelled forwards into the future. And
We
maybe
love
exploring
PoE.
new lands. So
True. That's what I'm
basically,
talking
makes
about.
sense. So
Very
some sort of
confident.
Haley, check your
send-off. I
PayPal.
love even if it's just a little thing, just some little send-off incorporated into the league or into the game, or maybe they're
That's a
if they're doing
plus
some sort of,
5.
update to the end game, something like that. You can couple that with like something, a little bit of a teaser of what's happening in the end game when PoE2 comes out as well, because we've had some invasions from
Any day.
otherworldly
Yeah, you
entities
got me.
recently, and that's certainly been hinting and leaning towards.
All right, real quick, guys. What do I want? Chase the bag? No, honestly, even if I wasn't sponsored, I have 1,600 hours on PoE. It is some of the best game systems of any game I've ever done. The craziest thing about PoE is when they sponsor you to co-stream stuff, they don't have talking points. They're just react. And I'm like, holy fuck. Because every sponsorship from everyone else is always like, here's a document. Make sure to cover these things, highlight these things. And PoE is like, nah, we know you got it. I'm like, oh my, they trust so much because they know all their announcements, they kind of blow it away. No, like it's crazy. Like I'm like asking him, like, do I need to talk about anything? It's like, nope, just go. Okay. So stuff I would like to see. I want to see. Above all, I want to see a fucking date for PoE2. Would be fantastic. I want to see the next league. I'm gonna be playing the next league, just straight up, right? I'm gonna say that right now. But I want the next league to be fucking good. Like, they have had a lot of time to work on this league. They know that it's a good time to take market share, or like people who are interested in the ARPG genre because of Diablo are now looking for something to play. I think something similarly happened during Diablo 3. And so it's a good time to release a fucking killer league, a killer fucking league. Especially because the last league was kind of, no offense, I'm sponsored, piece of shit. Could have been better. Please sponsor me again. Could have been better. So I don't know what to do about that. I always like late game stuff. I hope they buff underused skills. I want to use different skills. That's always my thing. Like, I'm the type of player who wants to change up the gameplay a lot, you know? And then PoE2, I want a date. I don't mind that the game slows down. I know a lot of people really love the zoom stuff. I don't super care. I think the topic can be cut down a little bit if the overall gameplay feels a little bit better. And so I am very happy for that. Favorite build? I don't even know. I've played EK. Oh, usually it's like some sort of unarmed Inferno Blow, is because I think the ability Inferno Blow is one of the most enjoyable abilities to use. Something about the, you know, there's some things about like the visual audios of certain abilities that feel really nice. Like when you get a Herald of Ice proc, or like when you get the Inferno Blow hit, you're just like, boom, you know? I really like that. Yeah, I'm a big boom. Love it. Yeah, I don't think they need to slow down the game that much, but I do like being able to make, like, I'm just really curious about PoE 2's direction. They've been trying to slow the game down a little bit here and there and prepping for PoE 2, and in kind of a interesting way. I'm very interested to see how it works out. But I want a date. A date would be awesome, and I want a great next league. I already expect the actual announcements to be amazing, and I don't even know what they're gonna be. They showed off ascendancies, new weapons, new bosses. Last time, obviously the engine looks great from what they did, and I'm excited. I hope, you know how they're slowly adding quality of life stuff over time to PoE as they go into PoE 2? I hope that they add the boss health bars before PoE 2. The first showing of PoE 2, in the trailer before, had life bars at the very top, so I didn't have to hover over the bosses with my mouse to figure out how low they were. That's kind of an archaic thing from the 1990s that I feel like could be kind of, you know. Is PoE 2 intended to replace PoE 1? It'll be with the game. The way PoE 1 works is it has a 10-act campaign. But PoE 2 will be on top of the game with another like 6-act campaign. And it'll be coincided. They'll meet the same end game. So it's just like essentially upgrading the engine. It's kind of similar to how Overwatch 2 works, but it wouldn't, in more of the positive ways and not the negative ways that Overwatch spun it. Where like Overwatch was spun more of in a very different light. Remember that announcement for Act 4? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 announcement was sick. It was one of their best announcements. That was awesome. I feel so bad for Overwatch League. The fact that like the people spent like 20 to 25 million, and now all the team owners are betting to see. They get this option to take 6 million and dip, or stay in the league and try to salvage it. And they're meeting together for a meeting this week or something. Is what I heard when I was looking around. And so it's like what a fall from grace, you know. Move camera to a more appropriate spot according to PoE. What do you mean? It's in the perfect spot. Wait, where's Hune? And where are these guys? What? Oh, sorry. I have to lower my music. No music allowed. Traps enabled, they should be enabled. I will double check. Hold up, give me a sec. 1 sec. I should have had them enabled for forever. What the hell? It is not signed in, even though I... Yo, does it work now? Someone double check. Someone with a brain. I can't do two things at once here. 3, 2, 1. Okay. Whoa, save the logins, guys.
Kripparrian here.
Oh, Kripparrians are...
And welcome to ExileCon!
Kripparrian's the lead speaker? No way!
Thank
I
you
did
all
not
so
expect
much
her.
for joining us here in New Zealand. It's quite a journey. Thank you guys for joining us online. It's going to be a fantastic show. So you guys want to learn about what's coming up in Path of Exile?
Yeah!
Oh, you do? Yeah, me too. Yeah. Well, before we get to the people that are best to deliver that information, before we get into Path of Exile's wonderful future, let's take a moment to go over all the wonderful things we have already experienced in Path of Exile. Let's take a moment to check out Path of Exile from the past.
Eternal... Okay.
Yo, what's up, bruh?
Yo!
Wait, change your stream title, put drops in your title, you know, all that. I got you. This might
Bow to your queen, mortal.
You there. Let me bend your ear for a moment.
ExileCon. Yo, he's gone.
Hashtag Exile.
You went ExileCon, you can put drops in your title, you gotta put like hashtag ad in your title.
Yeah. Wait, I don't... My drops are literally broken.
Oh my
you
God,
see this?
there's
What is
almost
this?
trailers.
Unable to verify the connection.
Wait,
huh?
I need to watch it.
Earlier leagues.
It's been connected.
Yeah, that breachly sounds like it would have been fun. Like doing that mechanic now is like fun. I imagine when it first came out, it was probably down.
Yeah.
Dude, I am...
Wait, yeah, you've played like all the leagues, haven't you?
No, I
Star?
just played the last league. I caught up after a year. And they added so much stuff.
Yeah, the game actually has infinite content. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, the endgame bosses are legit, like, very hard. Like, your characters are getting mauled if you're not ready for
Yeah,
them.
they're actually like raid bosses too with like mechanics and shit. It's kind of nuts.
Yeah.
Wait, Cutie, did you play during that time there was like, the first time you put like Cyrus mobs?
Cyrus mobs? No, I don't think
Yeah,
so.
like they were like super. They were.
I didn't play
they were
Legion. I played...
so
Betrayal was my
juicy.
first league. Sick league.
I think my favorite one that I played
I
that I
think. Is it
remember
my
was
first one?
Legion. That was godlike. And then I played after, I forget the other one.
Wait, this is. Actually, I started. In
I started Betrayal.
Metamorph League.
Oh no, I started in Metamorph, I think. If it's before Betrayal. One of those two.
Does the toy wish to play?
But you started in Metamorph too, Star? I feel like you.
Your path to greatness.
I don't know. It was Metamorph or Betrayal. I never played this league. Ultimatum looked fun.
Detonations incoming!
I played a little bit of it.
Boom.
What was Ultimatum? What was the mechanic?
Ultimatum is literally like you get a choice of
Swords
like.
was godlike. I loved this mechanic.
Really? I didn't play that one.
That was the best mechanic. It was just you turn that shit on and a million mobs spawn. That
Wait,
shit
Cutie,
felt good.
which league did you play recently?
It was Scorch.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you
That's
missed.
really not
Sanctum
long
was
ago.
great. Awesome one. Crucible needed a little bit of work. They cooked that a little bit. They could have
Wait,
been
what was Sanctum?
They added a roguelike into the game.
Oh, what? Oh, I heard about
It was
that.
awesome.
Wait, guys, it's the freaking PoE trailer, PoE 2 trailer.
Yeah.
Wait, he got an updated graphic, bro. The fucking first boss. What the
Hillock?
fuck?
You don't even know his
Kinda
name?
nice. Yeah, wait, she actually knows the lore.
What do you mean
It's you
it's
fight
the
him like
first time you beat
100
up every
times.
single time.
Yeah, I don't click their names. I just punch them until they die.
What's his name?
Camera a
Wait,
little
this
bit
thing
down.
is looking nice though. Oh my god.
Where
Even
do you
better.
guys have your camera? I feel like
Sorry, I didn't expect it to be on the top left. Okay, my bad. All right, they're gonna end with a new trailer, right? They have to. Oh, well, I thought it was the new trailer started with that. I was like, a wolf?
Wait, Chris Wilson's gonna sit down and start playing.
Oh. Wait, there's a PC there.
Wait, they have gamer. Wait, you're right. There's
Yeah, he's about to
computers and
start
stuff.
gaming, bro.
Hi, I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear
Oh
Games.
my god. He said the line.
Oh
Look
my
at
god.
those theater
The
seats,
line.
too. They went all out for this. Oh my
Welcome
god.
to ExileCon 2023. It feels like just yesterday that I was here on stage at ExileCon 2019 announcing Path of Exile 2. Since then, we have worked tirelessly on the content we're going to show you this weekend. To everyone here in person, thank you so much for coming out to join us.
I like the fit. He's
It
got the
honestly
POE
feels so
shirt
good to know
underneath,
that
and he's
people
got a
love
flavor.
I'm
so
digging
much
the shoes.
that they
I
fly
literally
across the
have
world
those
to come
shoes.
celebrate it with
But
us
you
in
got
person
those
here.
like that?
I really hope
I
you have a great
unironically
trip and
have
make the
them.
most
I'm
of
pretty
it
sure
when you
those
visit
are
us.
like
Our last ExileCon
YSL
was a
boots.
magical experience.
Gosh,
We've
yeah,
tried to
you
go
got money
above
like
and
you
beyond
guys
in
got
every way
money
this
like
time.
that.
If you're
Yeah,
tuning
I'm
in
like
online to
almost
watch the live
positive
stream,
they are,
thanks
but
for joining us also. I
I
wish you
need a
could all be
fit
with us
check.
here,
Yeah, can someone
but
give
to
me a
ensure you
fit
have the
check on
full
Chris
ExileCon
Wilson?
experience, we have made sure to include every talk and session as
Chris
part of the
Wilson
2-day live
fashion
stream this
page.
weekend.
Oh.
Twitch drops are enabled for the live stream, but if you're here in the audience, you'll automatically get them when you redeem the microtransaction code in your swag bag, so no need to stream it from your phones while you're watching.
Oh my god,
You'll
a
also
swag
receive the
bag. I wish I got
attendee-only
one.
ExileCon 2023 hideout. We have so much to share with you this weekend, and let's just get right into Path of Exile 2. I'd like to introduce Jonathan Rogers and Mark Roberts, game directors of Path of Exile 2.
Where's the strippies about? Oh, I know that. That guy didn't know, but I know. I'm a knower.
Hey guys. While Chris has been running Path of Exile 1, Mark and I and over 100 other developers have been hard at work on PoE 2. And honestly, the
What
project
the
has
fuck,
become
100
much bigger than we
developers?
expected
How big
when we
is
announced it in 2019.
PoE or
It's been almost
Grinding
4
Games?
years since then.
I
And
think
it's about
hired a
time we
lot.
showed you what we've been working on.
Wow.
Oh, hang on. Okay. Sorry, I forgot. Okay. When we announced Path of Exile 2 at ExileCon 2019,
The teleprompter
we told you
was
guys that we were
lagging.
releasing it as an expansion to PoE 1, and that both campaigns would be playable in the same game client with a shared end game. But PoE 2's scope has continued to grow and grow, and it's far more than just an expansion with a new campaign. It has entirely new monsters, skills, mechanics, classes, everything you'd expect from the next generation of action RPGs.
Okay.
Not to mention revamps of most of the PoE 1 League content. This thing is just freaking huge.
I like the sound of that.
There was a point when we realized that our plan to replace
Freaking
PoE 1
huge,
with
he
PoE
said.
2
Wait a minute.
would essentially be getting rid of a game that people love for no real reason. So we made a decision. Path of Exile 1 and 2 will be separate with their own mechanics, balance, endgames, and
Wait, what
leagues.
the-
But
What?
it's still a shared platform.
What
Your
the-
microtransactions are available across both games. Everything you have ever purchased or will ever purchase in the future will be usable in both games unless it's hyper-specific to the
nice
content of
too.
one of them. You can't transform into a bear in PoE 1, so a reskin of your bear form isn't going to work. But you absolutely can equip the awesome armor set that you got and use all your stash tabs. So with that in mind, we'd love to show you a live demo of some of the stuff we've been
Hold
working
on,
on.
I'm
these
gonna-
guys-
PoE 2 has come a long
I can
way.
barely hear
Mark here is going to
Steve.
man the PC.
Are these
Hopefully it
guys
doesn't
literally
die.
better
It
than
is a live
Blizzard?
gameplay demo after all.
How do I play two games
They
out?
couldn't make Overwatch 1 and Overwatch 2 separate games, but Grinding Gear Games can. They're literally the goats here.
All right.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, and he's about to start playing.
Oh.
The gods caused all this, you know. After Oriath was destroyed, I
Okay.
traveled,
Ooh.
searching for answers.
Hey, they little
Everywhere
cutscenes
I
too now?
went, the same divine devastation. It must end. I
I actually
will
really
end
like
it.
the voice
And
acting
no
in
exile will
PoE.
stop me.
I think their sound department is goated. They have
Yeah, everything
For real.
sounds so
The-
nice.
is it Shadow, Templar, the Marauder. Wait, he threw. What did he throw? Okay, I love Javelin. Wait, I'm down. I fucking love jabs.
Okay, the druid looks
Ooh.
sick.
Wait,
I'm
that
down to
looks
try
so
that.
cool.
I'm a big jab lover. I love javelins. Okay.
Oh, that looks sick.
Oh, the health bars, thank God. They still have
we
them.
like that.
Oh yeah, thank God there's health bars. But honestly, I kind of like no health bars because it's kind of
It's like the mystery.
No,
Yeah.
stop. I need the health bars, man. I want to click on the boss for health. Okay.
Man,
That
this
is-
game looks beautiful.
That's a range stat? Is
Yeah,
that
I
how
mean,
you...
Path of Exile always looks good.
Yeah, but
Okay.
This thing's looking real crispy now.
Okay.
100 distinct environments. Holy shit.
100 bosses?
That
Okay.
is crazy. 100 bosses.
Wait, how many passive skills are there now?
36 ascendancy classes.
200
Oh my god. They got
6 player
big
co-
ass.
Okay, yeah, okay, that's already
Six
good.
person co-op?
What is going
Wait a
on?
minute, they're
Be
cooking.
reborn.
What is going on? Hello, hello, hello.
I'm fucking with the little cutscenes too, because honestly, I've always heard PoE has like a good story.
I
Yeah,
love
I've heard the lore is very good.
I love the logo they did for PoE 2. It's so awesome.
Yeah, it looks real nice.
It's only 50 pounds. Yeah, I thought so. Am I crazy?
He had to play the clip. That's why.
Oh.
All right, Mark. Your turn now.
Oh, he's about to start gaming. Okay.
Okay, wait,
Welcome
it's
to
on the
Path of Exile
screen.
2.
I see he has 8 points.
Would like to
Yeah,
start
he
off by
has
showing you
8
some of the
skill
gameplay
points,
of
doesn't
Act
he,
3,
user?
one of the 6 acts in PoE 2's
Act
campaign.
Okay.
We're starting here in the jungle depths.
Wait, he said
Act
6
3 is set in the
acts?
ruins
Yes.
of a
Yeah.
vile civilization, which fell thousands of years ago. Jungle has taken over their former once great cities, and we'll be exploring it using one of the 6 new character classes called the Monk.
It looks so smooth.
I love
In
monk
PoE 1, we
classes.
had one character class for each of the combinations of strength, dexterity, and intelligence. When looking at the design of PoE 2, though, we realized that many of the new skills that we were trying to design just didn't really fit thematically with the existing classes that we have. Being a spellcaster with a bear form makes sense for strength int,
That
but it
looks so
just doesn't
sick.
really sound like something a Templar would do. We realized that since we had new mechanics for every attribute combination, it actually made sense to design a new character class to explore the new themes. In PoE 2, every attribute combination has 2 classes associated with it. Strength
What?
int has the Templar or the Druid. On dexterity, you have the Ranger or the more spear-focused Huntress.
Oh.
On dex int, you have the Shadow and the Monk, which Mark is playing here.
Okay.
Each class
Oh.
has its own 3 ascendancies that let you further specialize the
Yeah,
class in a way that
they
only
doubled
that
the
class has
classes.
access to.
Is that right?
But they both start at the same location on the passive tree.
I'm kind of.
The quest rewards you are
I kinda
offered on the 2
freak with
variants
that.
are tailored to the class. But of course, this is PoE. You can still mix and match anything to your heart's content.
Of course. That. Okay. These stats are sick.
I could see you playing this class, Scarra.
I love the
for
stats.
sure.
Okay. Looks like we've come across the boss
that
for this
is-
area. In PoE 2, every area of the campaign contains a boss of at
Hey,
least
look at
this
the
difficulty.
mechanics, though,
That's
not
over
getting
100
touched by
bosses
the
to fight
boss.
As you make your way through the campaign,
This guy's a
This guy is a
pro.
all
god
have unique
gamer.
mechanics.
Look at him
Okay.
just weave in and out of that.
Look at him dodging skillfully.
Yeah, I would face tank every one of those.
Yeah, you would literally sit there and face
I
tank
would
and then
just
die.
right-click him until he dies.
Okay, there was a stun there?
As you've been watching from Mark fighting here, you probably noticed that melee combat in PoE 2 is a very different feel than before. We've done a lot of things to add mobility to combat.
Mark
Practically
is
every
that
melee skill in
guy.
PoE 2 has some kind of movement built into it. But the Monk in particular is a melee fighter who specializes in mobility over brute strength.
Oh.
We like mobility.
That is fun.
Okay. Wait, there's
Hey, why did he pick up the loot though?
no. There's
transmute?
there's
As
gold.
Mark has been
Early
playing, you might have
bro.
noticed these blue markers over enemies.
Wait,
Mark
wait,
has a
there's
skill code called
gold.
Killing Palm.
What's
Whenever
gold?
an enemy has a blue indicator over it, it means that the monster has low enough life to cull with
There's
Killing Palm.
gold.
Successfully
Yeah,
executing
there's
the cull
gold. That's
will give
kind
you
of
a power
crazy. No,
charge.
there was never
This is an
gold.
important skill for the monk,
yeah, you
since
have the
many of the skills
currency.
interact
And there's
with
auto pickup, but
One of
that's
the great
kind
things
of
about the
crazy.
skill is that it has a built-in dash forward, which makes it much easier to target the skill right at the point where you need it. We've done
Unless
a
you
huge amount of
clicked all
work in
that really
PoE 2 to
fast.
make using skills
No
like this feel
way.
satisfying.
I mean,
if you're
Mark
accidentally
is a
targeting
god.
slightly off the
He
monster,
is a
the skill will
gamer.
automatically lock on to the colorable target
Whoa,
and
that
will
was
even
a
do a
sick
small
one.
amount of pathfinding around obstacles. We really want to make sure that when you've got an opportunity to use the skill, nothing is going to get in your way. Once you have some power charges, you're going to need some skills to power up. A great follow-up is Falling Thunder. Falling Thunder without a power charge just creates a relatively small lightning AoE in front of you. But if you do it with power charges, it turns into a pack clearer with a large number of extra projectiles.
Oh.
One thing to notice here is
those are
that, like
power
almost every
charge
melee
ones.
skill in PoE 2, Falling Thunder has a little bit
That's
of extra
cool.
movement built in just in case you need
Pretty
it.
sick.
Use the skill within range and you just do the flip in place. You use it at a larger range and your character will move forward while executing it, getting you into position without
Oh,
any
that's a
time
really
penalty.
nice small thing.
In PoE 2, you also get a short
that's
period to
kinda cool,
redirect your
too.
target. Notice how you can start the skill facing one way, then whip the mouse sideways to land the skill in a different direction?
Okay.
Now, in order to get
Wait,
power
that's
charges,
awesome.
you're going to
They'll
first need
block
to get
your
some lower life
animation?
monsters into a colorable range.
That'll be good
You've got a
for
few options if you want
PvP.
to. If you want to charge right in,
PvP.
Whirling Assault is great. It doesn't do much damage per hit, but it covers a lot of ground. And notice how you can turn as you do it.
I can't
Generally
wait for
speaking,
the
you never
skill
lose control of
effects,
your character in
honestly,
PoE 2.
when
If you make
they
a
add
turn
it
at the right
on.
time,
Oh
you get
yeah,
a couple of
that
extra hits on the
whirlwind attack
monsters,
he's
getting in
doing, the
range of your
skill
call.
effects on that thing are gonna look real nice.
Yeah.
Follow up
Oh,
with a killing palm and then
the
finish
power
off the rest
charge
of
for
the
that
pack with
move
your
was so
Falling Thunder.
nice. Huge clear.
Yeah.
Yeah, that thing took up like the whole screen. That was kind of insane.
I'm so interested.
We've
What?
now entered the Val Mechanarium.
Oh,
This is the
okay.
place where the Val built the various constructs that
Go
they
pick up
relied
the
on to
waypoint.
power their
He just
civilization.
ran past.
He already has it.
Oh, he does. You're right.
This is a find. A
That's
Val
Alva.
ruin that hasn't been looted?
Hey,
Why
Alva.
nobody's been in here before?
Wait, do you guys know
One
the lore
useful
of
feature we've
Alva?
added is the ability to call
I
in
do not.
NPCs to
She's a
where you
time
are to
traveler
give you more
who
information
came
or
to
help you
the-
with quest objectives,
like the
rather than always
future
having to go back to town.
to fix
Oh,
the past.
In this
okay.
case, we've called in Alva to find out what to do.
Wait, we're in the future?
This
She's not from the
mechanism.
future?
She's from the
If
past, I
powered with
think,
a
right?
small soul core, it
Oh,
could
she's
open
you
that
from the
door.
future. Never mind.
There
Wait,
should
Alva
definitely be
is-
soul cores
wait.
somewhere around here.
Wait, what?
They had to
Really?
power these constructs
Yeah, I mean, the only
somehow.
lore I know is like
As Alva just said, we need to find a
Cyrus
small soul core to
and
open this door.
just the
Let's
beginning with
explore.
Kirak and when he gets
If you want to shave off some
smited.
life without getting too close to some of the more
That's the-
dangerous
that's the
monsters,
only-
the great
the
option
only
is Wind Blast.
Lore I know.
Wind Blast also
that
doesn't
I'm
do too much
familiar
damage, but it
with.
keeps enemies back. The closer they are, the farther they're pushed back. So it's a great option for
Oh,
keeping
that's-
smaller, but
all the
higher
melee
damage
moves look
enemies
really
at bay.
cool.
Note that
There's
the
like-
bigger the enemy is, the less they'll
Yeah,
be
they
pushed
do
back.
look
So
really
trying
nice.
to
There's
push back some
significant
giants
like
isn't going to be as effective.
animations and like everything melee looks a lot more fun to play.
And there's the soul core. Let's get
Okay,
back to the door.
cool. Okay. It's melee time, guys. Log in.
Bro's farming right now. Power leveling.
Wait, since you have like 6 players per, I feel like you could make a boosting service. Because you know how people do like just like breaches and stuff, and then you just run through?
Yeah, I mean, if it's like how it is now, where you get like 50% increased loot drops and stuff, oh my god.
Now,
When I
if you
play
need to
this,
defeat
I'm just
tougher
gonna have
enemies,
my
it might be
chat
time to break out some of
AFK
the
in my
ice
game.
skills in the monk's arsenal.
Just get
Glacial
Giga
Cascade
loot
creates a
off
wave of
that.
ice that moves slowly in front of the player. It's pretty ineffective against fast-moving monsters because most of the damage occurs right at the end of the wave, and so a lot of monsters will just walk right by it. But if you can find a way to make a monster stop at just the right place, it can be very effective. In order to do that, you're probably going to want to freeze some monsters. The monk has a few different tools to do this. A fairly simple option is to get right in the monster's face with Ice Strike. Ice Strike doesn't do too much damage at the first 2 hits,
Okay.
but attack 3 times in sequence, and you can get off a combo that has a much higher chance to freeze. Get in there with the freeze, then roll back and finish the job
Oh,
with
then he
Glacial
pushes
Cascade.
it back with the wind thing.
Now, remember how
Okay.
Glacial Cascade has that extra damaging spike at the end?
Okay,
if you
Mark
hit a frozen
is kinda
enemy with that spike,
nasty
it
with
shatters the
it.
ice on the enemy and does a devastating amount of damage.
I mean, he's
this
actually
is a really great
that
combo against
guy.
bosses, as you'll see later.
Because
Oh yeah, and I've
anytime
just been
like
casually mentioning rolling around.
people complain
Don't forget
about
to mention
something
that
in
PoE 2 we
PoE
added
being
a
too
dodge
hard,
roll
he's
to
like, well,
every
I don't have a
character.
problem.
Just press spacebar at any time
He
you
actually
roll.
says it's a skill gap.
There's no
Mark is
cooldown
clean
and no limitations.
Wait, what did they just say?
And it even has pathfinding in it, so you don't get stuck on anything. When you
No way, you'll get stuck on anything? Wait, the dash is no cooldown? Oh,
when
that's
you dodge roll, you're
cool.
not invulnerable. If something hits you, you're going to feel it. But
Oh,
most
you're not
things
invul-
aren't going to hit you.
Wait, does
and that's
every
because
class
while
have
you're
a dodge
rolling,
roll?
Yes, it's
projectiles
built
and melee
in.
strikes will always miss. You'll have to roll out of the way of a slam that has AoE, but anyone swinging a sword or throwing a fireball is going to miss. Now, another important function of dodge roll is it lets you cancel out of any skill at any time. This makes it so you don't feel like you're getting stuck during a long animation when something's about to hit you.
Wait,
that's kinda nice.
That's so nice.
It really changes how skills with longer attack and cast times play, and makes dodge roll a very reliable feeling way to avoid attacks.
Wow, you can cancel everything then.
So, that's one way to get out of the way of damage, but the monk specializes in mobility, so it would make sense that he would have some more. Wave of Frost is one of our new attacks with a retreat built right in. You move backwards and throw out a cold attack with a significant freeze.
Wait.
The great thing about this is that it puts you at a good distance to follow up with a Glacial Cascade and do a whole pile of damage.
Wait.
Cool penetration support. Pick that up. You're using.
Wait, did it auto pick up?
I think it
Yeah,
did.
I think it does auto pick up. Or at
Wait.
least, like the gold.
That's huge.
No.
Is
The
that not
gem
colossal?
picked up, right?
Yeah, the gem got auto picked up.
Oh, yeah, his mouse was on it.
That was over time.
Yeah, no, he's just hiding it.
Oh, he's
okay.
hit it.
Garbage
Oh.
Oh, okay.
I would have been.
Yeah,
I would have been like, wow.
Trash, bro. That's garbage loot for me.
I think it's being filtered.
It
Yeah, I'm
is. It's
pretty
filtered
sure
really
it's
fast.
He's literally got the gamer
Another
hands.
skill you can use to get some extra freeze is Shattering Palm. Shattering Palm is a palm strike that puts a small ice bomb on the target. Kill or deal enough damage to the target and the bomb will explode, doing some damage and a significant freeze.
Oh,
it's a great
that's what
option
it
against
was.
bosses where the wave of ice might not be enough
Oh,
to
is
get
that
that
why
freeze
they were
off.
exploding?
But you really want to get, but you still really want to use Glacial Cascade to get the damage bonus.
It's like if you see the little blue orb above them. I was wondering what that was.
Oh, that's what that thing is?
Yes. Cold Infernal? Yeah.
The final skill we're going to show you today is Flicker Strike. It's a
Huh?
monk skill and another skill
Wait,
that
we
consumes
like that
power
skill.
charges.
That's a good skill.
Wait.
If you've played PoE 1 before, you know what to expect.
Oh my god. Okay.
Gotta be a monk player.
It's a great finish of a tough boss fight.
Yeah,
if
Flicker
you
uses
were able to
power.
get some power charges beforehand.
That was sexy. That was good. Wait, use it again. I want to see it again. Mark, you got me. Wait, so it scales with power charges now? So does that mean that normal
Oh, he's got
flickers?
the boss fight now, okay?
Oh!
Here we have Blackjaw, former overseer of the Mechanarium. When the Val fell, he was turned to stone and now guards the area.
More about
In
the
order
I'm
to
sure
take
they tell
down this
us.
boss, we're going to need all the tools in the Monk's arsenal, especially the combo of Freeze and Glacial Cascade. Now, if you're a PoE 1 player, you might think you can't rely on Freeze because there's so many bosses that are immune to it. But in PoE 2, that's changing significantly. In PoE 1, Freeze is a binary mechanic. An attack freezes the target or it doesn't. What this basically means is that in PoE 1, we were forced to add freeze immunity to many bosses because Freeze just trivialized them. Because of that, freezing was something you could only really rely on while pack clearing,
That's
and not
true.
something you could use as a core part of your build for boss fighting. In PoE 2, though, all crowd control mechanics now have internal meters that allow you to build up to a freeze or stun, or whatever other
Oh.
CC mechanic that you're using.
Oh,
It's a
that's
little bit like
cool.
Poise from games like Elden Ring, though the meters tend to be a lot smaller than those games. When you freeze an enemy, it increases the amount of freeze you need to do to get another freeze, but the increased difficulty bleeds away slowly. More freeze will always let you freeze the boss more often, but this system means that you will not get out of control in party play or interact badly with other CC mechanics, allowing us to let these kinds of mechanics actually work against all bosses.
Oh,
But
that's
the
awesome.
boss's hammer slam was nice.
Oh,
Thing's
he
looking real nice.
he lit his axe on fire.
Oh yeah.
Oh, he stunned them too.
The stun is for so long.
Yeah, that was like a 3-second stun. That was kind of nuts.
Oh.
Yowza. I think Cutie would wipe on this boss about like 4 times.
Oh my!
Wow, that
Oh my god, that
would
does so
definitely
much
wipe.
damage.
Oh my
Jesus.
god! Wait!
Oh no, he died!
He died in the. Oh no!
No! He's getting stage fright.
Yeah, he needs to take that.
Honestly,
I'm
the
just gonna
boss
say
is really tough though, and he does DDPS.
So,
Yeah,
this might
he
be a good
needs
time
to
to
take that
mention
build and
that
pass it,
in
build.
PoE 2,
Yeah.
if you die,
he needs someone to look over his build real quick.
There's no boss cheesing.
Crunch the numbers.
So, hang on. Oh, there might be a. Are you okay? Oh, 1 second.
Dude,
one technical
you know he
issue.
practiced for this, and he got the nerves a
Yeah,
little
for
bit.
sure. I mean,
All right, we good? Back to the stream. All right.
Oh my
wait,
god!
there's no boss
Round two.
teasing?
Let's go.
Whoever balanced that, like, come on.
Yeah. Oh, he's starting from the beginning?
Wait, he started. Did he
He's
start
starting
from the
all over
beginning, or
again?
did he-
Oh yeah, he is.
Dude,
There's
what
a
if
new-
we're just here for an hour? It's actually the hardest
What
boss
if
in
they keep
PoE 2.
restarting until he beats it? No, okay, wait, look, it's going faster this time, methinks.
Yeah, didn't he load a new map or load a new character?
No, he loaded it again. I don't think it's going faster. I think.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
stairs
he's
that he
doing
entered
much-
from were a different.
Oh yeah, it's a different
Like, I'm-
area.
Yeah, I'm like almost positive he loaded a new character or something.
No, he loaded a new map.
A new map. You can't, or I don't think you can portal anymore.
He buffed his damage. I think
Or
he.
he just went into path of building and fixed his build.
No, I think he's trying now. He's a hard boss. I like that there's so many things in this boss. And you're like, oh, I
Yeah,
have to be
it's
careful
great.
of
Like
this.
the second phase looks crazy.
So,
Yeah, it's crazy. This is like an early game boss,
Oh,
right? And he has so many
Jesus.
mechanics.
yeah, this is Act 3. And not
Oh,
the
yeah.
not the end of the act boss either. This is like a
Like, yeah, during.
middle boss, yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna get one shot.
He's a 1 League 9 Are you
Like,
sure? I don't think so.
I'm definitely getting one shot.
This guy's actually 6 links.
If he can't do it, I can.
Like, you know Mark put in defensive stats too. If I fight this guy and Mark's losing half HP, this guy's definitely just
Oh?
Oh?
Oh.
Oh? Okay.
You see the links in his skills? How?
Yep, nice.
Oh, he did the thing!
Okay.
Wait, he's literally getting backseated right now. He said, do the thing.
Oh, Jesus, do the thing.
Do
They're
the
getting
thing.
nervous watching him
Oh,
too.
I
Everyone's
see.
actually
I thought this
nailing
was a.
right
I
now.
thought. You mean this? I thought this was a menu. Oh, nice dodge. Okay.
Oh, watch out for this one. He's gonna start.
Okay, but the boss looks really sick.
Yeah, the boss is cool.
Give me a breeze. Come on.
You got this shit, Mark. Come on.
Okay, gap closer.
You gotta watch out for this one. Watch out for him, Mark. Don't get hit.
Okay.
Wait,
He's that guy.
this mini boss has more, things than what?
Yeah, this mini boss is crazy. Wouldn't it be tragic if Mark just gets slammed in the end and free shot?
Wait, didn't
Like,
he?
here it comes right now.
Oh, shit.
Oh my god, oh my god.
Dude, it almost happened again.
Jesus. He let his guard down a little bit.
But I already downloaded the tech now. Now I know when he does the circle of fire, run the fuck away from this guy.
Yeah.
It's
You mean you have a little downtime to smack him for
Here
a
it comes. Run
bit?
away. It's the circle of fire.
Dude, that ability. Okay.
Wait, he's that guy. Let's go. He's him. The first one didn't count like.
Yeah, that was bad boss.
Black Draw has dropped a consumable quest item here called the Flame Core. It's a permanent +10 to Spirit. In PoE 2, we really want to make sure that you feel rewarded for exploration. It wouldn't be much good if we made all these awesome optional bosses if we didn't have something great to find for killing them.
Oh.
One of the things you might find for killing a boss is permanent stat bonuses for your character.
Oh, I really like having to do the side quests and be able to watch
okay.
skill points, so I'm kind of hyped for that.
Okay.
Interesting.
All right, now because this random area is different, Mark will have to find his way to the exit the hard way.
This is because I died. This is no longer rehearsed at all.
Yeah, when they say optional, it's like you know you're gonna have to do them.
Oh, because he died and they loaded in. Yeah, they don't know where the exit is. It's a new map layout. You're right, Cutie.
Yeah, I mean the stairs weren't in the same spot that they were.
Yeah. What if he just gets lost? It's like, well, is it top right? Is it top left? This is me when I do lab. I'm like, is it here? Off. Not here.
Face your demise.
The amount of times I've died doing last. What's the last one? Merciless? Whatever the last one is, I've died so fucking much.
I've died so many times just to the traps in that.
Yeah, Uber Lab. There we go.
Uber Lab? Yeah.
Yeah, that thing
Dude,
is
I used to. In my second league of playing, I used to just run through them every time, and the way I made money was getting helmet enchant.
Hell, bro, I just got like the last week I played, I just had someone carry me through Uber Lab. Pretty sure I had Vincent carry me through Uber Lab. I just couldn't handle it. I was just
to use those killing times more often.
As a person who really loves melee combat, this is really
Wait,
nice.
he's getting backseated.
Yeah. Hey,
God
man.
dang.
You're like, hey, man, Mark, can you do a little, can you do it faster, man?
Get out of there! You're getting mauled!
Is there a rare in that pack? How did he take that much damage?
All of them just freaking hurt.
Uh-oh.
My poor heart.
Wait, is Mark not a master of Monk, though? He knew how to use his like evasive maneuvers perfectly to get out of it.
Yeah, wait, this guy has 1,000 hours on Monk alone.
I think you got completely lost there.
Yeah, he is different.
I have no idea where I am.
The month is hilarious.
There we go. All right, here we are.
That the Roas are like one of the hardest units in the game. Like more people die to Roas in the mud flats than like anything else. Just like if you just get hit and stunned, you're just dead.
All right, let's go right through.
Him dying was a good thing for Joe. I agree. I think it's funny. Okay.
Let's go.
In order to help with the next area,
That wasn't bad. That got me on the edge of my
I'd
seat,
like
I'm
to
not
welcome
gonna lie.
Octavian to the stage, who's going to join the party with Mark, so they can play through together.
Oh, okay, 2 players.
Action now.
All right, 1 second.
2 player in PoE 1 is just like
Mark's got, like,
Orabot
an Orabot?
carry. But like, oh.
Nah.
Here we go. All right.
But I wonder
The
how it
Sorceress
feels like
is the
in this
new
game.
intelligence-focused character in PoE 2. While the Witch focuses more on occult magic and summoning, the Sorceress is themed around pure elemental destruction.
Oh.
Let's have a look at how she plays.
Everyone loves a sorceress.
I love
honestly.
Sorceress.
No, spellcasters are whack.
Oh, that's
the largest
okay.
soul core I've ever seen. With this, we could power the canal systems.
The sorceress MTX is gonna go
Also has a
crazy.
0
I
links.
just know.
It's like, yeah, it's 0 links and only the first thing popped up,
energy in
right?
this machinarium from
It
its
just means that
ancient
there's 3
operation.
sockets.
Why does he
These
have that
lines
crystal
in the
there?
stonework should lead to generators. You might need to find some more soul cores.
I can tell
to spin
Circle would be
them
my
up,
favorite class. You haven't
but
seen a single
everything looks
ability,
to be in
man.
surprisingly decent condition. Maybe the golems have been maintaining it. In any case, it should still function.
But you can tell it's true.
We'll have to remove that large core from the wall, of course, but that shouldn't be a problem.
I like the new cold abilities.
Wait, Alva's about
There's
to
a lot.
We
I
have
feel
some
like
skills
cold
here you're probably
abilities
gonna recognize
aren't
if you played
are
really
like
one
so
before,
cool.
But they feel a bit different now.
And I feel like
Spark is great in these tight passages.
Oh
since it
my
bounces around.
Wow,
We've
that
added a
looks
pierce
nice.
Wait, that is
really allows
insane.
you to
Wow.
full of targets.
log in.
For a more single
Holy
target focus,
shit!
Log in.
Like actually.
damage in the first target that you hit.
Oh.
Is this skill not insane?
Now, if you find yourself surrounded, it might be a good idea
It
to use
looks
Ice
so
Nova.
satisfying.
It hits all enemies around you and slows them down with a chill. Just be careful. Getting up
Now,
close
it's
and personal
so
isn't the ideal
broken.
place for a
What the
sorceress to
fuck?
be. She doesn't have the defenses of a more melee-oriented character.
Wait, this
In order to help with
is
that,
the
though, you could
PC
use
breaker
Arctic
right
Armor.
here.
In PoE 2, Arctic Armor is a buff that builds up as you stand still. You can see the ice crystals forming around the character. They drop off if you walk.
Interesting.
When monsters hit you, they take cold damage and build up to a freeze. So it's a great defense. Just be careful. You have to be standing still for a little while to get the full effect. So trying to stutter step using it isn't the best strategy. Now, Arctic Armor is an ongoing buff, but did you notice it didn't reserve any mana? How does that work?
Huh?
Well, we were pretty sick of the fact that in PoE 1, basically every character was playing with no mana pool. So we decided to change the way that reservation works.
Oh?
In PoE 2, there's a new resource
Ooh,
called
okay.
Spirit.
Wait, I like that.
Spirit is a dedicated resource that you can use for ongoing effects like Arctic Armor, heralds, auras, and minions.
I love that actually. Because everyone does 99%
But everyone's
reserve.
cheering. They're like, yes.
No.
Everyone starts with 100 spirit, which is enough
Wait,
for
it's
most
time to
ongoing
log
effects.
in.
But if you want more, you're going to need to get some more spirit, which is available
Yeah,
on
that's
monster items
actually
and on the
a
passive
bondage,
tree.
because, yeah,
But
pretty
if you're
sure
willing to go your
nobody
offhand
used their
slot,
mana.
the easiest way to get it is by
Nope,
holding
unless
a
you're
set.
Archmage.
Find out more about that in the items talk later on.
I think that's awesome.
Now,
Really
if you
good
want
for
to
the
increase the
design.
cold damage that you're dealing, you can always use Frost Bomb. It places a bomb on the ground that reduces enemies' cold resistance while it's ticking down. It's a great opportunity to use some cold skills before it explodes. And speaking of cold skills, a great skill to use on monsters with lower cold resistance is Comet.
Oh!
This is a new skill in PoE 2 and it hits pretty damn hard.
I love
It
it.
costs a lot of mana and has a really long cast time, but it's worth the wait. It does a devastating amount of damage. To help you out of danger, your character moves back slightly as it casts. It's pretty hard to hit fast-moving opponents, but it's great on tougher enemies that stand still, or even a
Oh.
larger pack if you're further
Oh,
away
the
and
cast
predict
time
where
is
they're going
really
to move.
long.
Okay.
Oh.
Bro, I still
Now,
can't get
if
over
you run out
that
of mana
shot.
casting too
That
many of
thing looks
those,
so
I guess in an
nice.
emergency
It
you can
is.
use your
Super
free to cast
nice.
Fireball. So where did that come from, you ask? Well, this is a great opportunity to explain the way that we've changed caster weapons in PoE 2.
Oh?
Now, in PoE 1, caster weapons had a default melee attack that nobody used.
Yes.
And because they had that, they also had a bunch of attack mods that would spawn in them that were useless to a caster. In PoE 2, we wanted to clean that up. So each staff now comes with a built-in free-to-cast spell.
Oh!
Oh, wow. So that is sick.
Just put it on and spam away to your heart's content. Now, this particular staff is the base type that you'll get right on the starting beach, so it's quite likely that you'll have outgrown it by now. So that's why we've also made a lot of staves with more utility-focused powers for casters to use.
What is this?
Here we have a crystal staff. It has a pretty cool built-in spell called Unleash. Using it slams your staff on the ground and will allow you to triple cast whatever you cast with your next spell.
What?
Now, of course, what you're probably going to want to use with that is something powerful, and Comet is a great option.
Oh! Oh my god.
So cool. Wait,
That's a login right there.
It's one of the few skills in
That
PoE
is
2
a
with
login
cooldown.
right there,
In general,
right now.
we really try to avoid using
Get me in
cooldowns because
there.
we really hate the feeling
Wait, so
that
you
combat
can
is
just
just waiting
spam
to
this
cast the
too,
next
'cause
spell.
it's just your, like,
But it does
default
make sense for
auto
Unleash.
run.
It's free to cast, and it's something we want you to use situationally anyway.
I can't wait.
I love
to
it.
see all the
Now,
builds.
if you're facing something
It's
tough,
gonna
you
look
might need
so
to try Mana
crazy.
Tempest.
Okay,
Mana
this
Tempest
sword
creates a
is gonna
circle of power which your
flatten
character
a
literally
boss,
hovers over the ground. Well, in the circle, your mana drains, but it powers up all your spells. Lightning projectiles will fork, beams will chain further, and you also do a lot more damage.
Oh. Like, it's not just more damage. Like, the stuff forks and goes farther. Wow. At least it's cool. Okay, I mean, yeah, that's fair. But that's still really cool design. I think that's so smart of them because it's one of the problems with the game that was inherent in a lot of ARPGs that they just didn't fix because it's like everyone else does it this way.
I forgot he was still playing with Mark because it doesn't have his like name or
Yeah.
I thought this was like a follower.
So, with all of these skills, here's a great combo to try. First, cast Frost Bomb to reduce the target's cold resistance. Then use Mana Tempest to increase your damage.
Ow.
Follow up with Unleash, and then triple cast Comet to do a truly insane amount of damage.
Okay.
Okay.
He's got an insane amount, and this guy's like still half-life. The guy is trying
Okay, but he's probably not using
Yeah,
much on
he's
his...
on one link, okay?
He's
Wait
on
till you
a
get
one link,
the 6,
yeah.
okay?
Come from?
These ghosts.
Yeah.
Oh, annoying.
This
Whose
rare
fault is
mon-
that?
This rare monster has dropped an uncut gem, and that's a great opportunity to talk about how skill gems drop in PoE 2. Instead of dropping specific gems, you can find uncut gems. Just right-click on them and pick whatever skill you want.
What?
Oh, wow.
What?
Whoops.
Oh my! Oh! They did it. That's such a
the
smart.
gem will come pre-leveled to the level of the area that dropped it.
That's
so it's a lot
so
easier to change
smart.
between skills in PoE 2.
That's so smart.
This time, I think it might be cool to grab one of our meta gems. Meta gems are skills that can have other skills socketed into them, changing how they work. In this case, we're going to select Cast on Shock.
Wait, cast on shock.
Now,
What?
let's equip this thing in the skill screen and
There's a-
choose which spell.
there's a
we
cast
can
on
do.
shock?
I think Comet might be fun.
You can.
Because Cast on Shock reserves
Yeah, it's
spirit,
gonna
we'll need to
comment,
first
yeah.
disable our Arctic
Wait,
armor.
that-
we have
that
to
is
decide
so
if we'd rather have the
cool.
extra defense or the extra
holy
offense
fuck.
of the Cast on Shock using our
I think
spark.
you could.
Bro, this
PoE
shit's
2
about to
trigger
fry
gems use a
his
system of
PC.
filling up cast
I'm
time.
so excited.
Basically,
I'm getting a
it's
new
short
PC
cast
just
time,
for
which we do
this.
really often.
You
And
have
if
to
it has
run
a
a
long
dual
cast time,
PC
like this
setup
Comet
at
here,
this point
it will
for
take
this
a lot longer
game.
to trigger. You can see in the top left corner, there's a counter that shows you how long until the next trigger.
Oh, it's like 10 casts.
Oh.
But is he? He has no shock percentage.
Hopefully you
Yeah,
shot
wait a
some.
minute.
The trigger like a million times right there.
There we go.
Wow, it came out
And there you have
instantly.
it. That's using Cast on Shock.
Oh,
We
yeah.
automatically cast Comet whenever we're using our lightning skills.
Okay, that was nuts.
No cast
So,
on
we
is
found the
really
generator.
nice.
Time to power it up.
Wait, that looks so cool. All right, jump in, guys.
Don't do it.
As power is restored to the Mechanarium, all the constructs are coming back to life. We'll need to fight them on the way back to the charged Soul Core. So, one thing that PoE 1 players might have noticed is this character has both lightning spells and cold spells.
Yeah,
That's
yes.
pretty inefficient, right? It's a big no-no for most builds because any specialization into cold or lightning isn't going to affect the other element. And generic elemental damage increases are not going to be as powerful as focusing on a single element.
Right.
Well, in PoE 2 we have another major new system to introduce to solve these kinds of problems. And it starts, oddly enough, with weapon swap. Now, in PoE 1, weapon swap isn't really used much for its originally intended purpose. We imagine that people were going to be swapping in and out between different weapons to deal
Yeah,
with
no one
whatever
does
situation they were in. People just don't do that at all.
Put in the
And a large
rampage
reason for
weapon.
that is because it's really,
Yeah,
really
I literally
awkward.
just swapped to
In
the
PoE 2, we
rampage
wanted
weapon
to
and swap
solve all
off
of that.
and stuff.
The staff Octavian is using here has an ice mod on it that makes it great for when he's using his ice spells. But we would also like to be able to make sure that this build works just as well for his lightning spells. If Octavian equips his previous staff in his second weapon set, you can see that it appears on the character's back. Now, we're going to open up the skill screen. If
wait, he
Octavian
gets
opens the
both
skill
stats.
options for his
Does
lightning
it automatically
skills,
switch?
You can see here that you can choose which weapon sets are usable for each skill.
Oh!
First, we uncheck set
Wait, that-
1 from
They're
each
so
skill's lightning
smart.
skills. Then we go through the cold skills and turn those off with his lightning weapon.
Oh!
Hey, they are
Just take a
cooking.
second.
If I can remember where they all are.
Yeah.
Oh!
Now, when we use
That's
Spark,
so
the character will
smart.
automatically switch to the lightning staff on his
That's-
back and then use the skill. And when Octavian uses his Ice Nova, his character automatically switches to his Ice Staff before using it.
Yes!
Wow.
Yeah, they actually thought about this.
When the
You can
devs
configure each
actually
skill for
play
which
the
set to use,
game.
or both if you don't mind which. There's a very short time penalty to switching, so it can be good to leave some skills on both sets if it doesn't matter which weapon set you're using. But we still have a problem, passives. Wouldn't it be nice if we could specialize in both cold and lightning passives on the character? Well, in PoE 2 you can.
Huh?
What the
What does that mean?
Hopefully Mark
Tell
can deal with
me
his losses
how.
while we do this demo.
The big reveal.
So, we're on the passive skill screen here, and you can see that we are close to both a cold and a lightning cluster. At the top right of the screen, you can see that we have some weapon set specific
Wait, they
points
made
to
it like in the
allocate.
shape, like the fire looks
Octavian
like a
holds
fire and the
shift,
cold
he
looks
can
like a
allocate set 1 to the cold
snowflake. Wait, I
passives.
like that.
It's set for the
And then
weapon?
allocate set 2 to the lightning passives.
Oh my god.
Wait, that is so cool.
Oh!
What the
Check it out.
Sorry.
As we use
The
our weapon
passive
swap,
class. Sorry.
They actually
the skills
freaking
allocate
cook.
changes from one build to the other automatically.
Wow.
So whenever we cast the appropriate spell, the character's passives reconfigure on the fly to the correct build for that spell.
Wow.
building
you can't do
your
this with every single
character is
passive on
gonna
your
be
tree.
insane.
Only
You're like
points granted
building
from
two
skill books will allow this
characters
kind of dual
now. What the
specialization.
fuck?
So you're not going to be changing from a mace slamming warrior into a fire elementalist with the press of a button. But
Oh.
it certainly increases the number of options you have for builds.
But still, that's
There's a
really
huge number
cool.
of
Yeah,
places
yeah,
where
yeah.
the system can shine. You can
I love
augment your
that.
Dagger Shadow build with traps, or have
It's
a great
gonna
curse
be
set
so
up on
much
your witch
to
with
look
one
at
spec and
when
then
you're
move your
doing
Chaos
a
Demon spells
build.
with the other, for example.
Yeah,
It
that's
really opens up your
insane.
options. Now, another fun meta
Can
gem
they-
to try out is called Barrier Invocation.
What?
This works a little bit like the trigger gems I talked about before, but this one charges up as your energy shield is hit by monsters.
Okay.
We're going to put an Ice Nova in this one. The more energy shield you lose, the more charge builds up.
Oh.
Just get that one
And
there.
it
Yep.
procs at the end? That's a
so
cool
yeah, the
way
more
to use
energy shield you
shield.
lose, the more charge will build up until the point you're able to cast the socketed skill instantly.
They don't die though.
There we go.
Oh.
So you lose some, yeah.
It's
so
like
you lose some
cast
energy
on
shield at
energy
just the right
shield,
time,
essentially.
Invoke Ice Nova
Like
to
energy
cast all
shield
the stacked up
boss.
copies in one instant cast.
Okay, wait, hold on. Now I gotta
If you
move it
keep
this way.
losing shield, you'll build up even more charge for even more casts. So it's a great defensive option in an emergency.
Yeah, cast on damage take. Does cast on damage taking not work from ES currently? I've never used it. It does work for ES. Oh, it's just a different way of proccing. Okay, interesting. How long is this showcase? An hour, 30 minutes. I think. It might be
overkill.
Might be a little longer because he died.
And here we are back at the charged Soul Core. All we have to do now is take it.
Wait.
But it's never that easy.
Oh. Oh.
Just take it.
Oh!
Coming out of the wall!
Whoa! He's
That's
into
so
the
cool.
wall.
Don't die this time, guys.
But he's blocking on his hand.
Oh my god.
Dude, Chris just begged him not to die. Oh, you see the debuffs really large? That's so nice.
Nice.
Wow, these boss fights were just back to back too. Couldn't they just like, they finished the one fight, just went to the next zone, now there's another one?
Yeah.
Another one.
Another one. Well, I guess they said there's 100 bosses, so it makes sense.
Yeah. And some of them are quote unquote optional. But you know what that means.
Did they say
Not.
every zone? There's a boss? Yeah, they said every zone. That's crazy.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, you knock it back.
Yeah, that looks funny.
Bop.
Heavy stun. Okay.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh.
Oh, a little thing for him to jump or roll through too. That was kind of cool.
Oh. Can someone get hit with that wall? I want to see what it does.
Frozen again.
Getting real lucky with those freeze procs this time.
Oh.
Okay, I am fucking with this boss. This boss is pretty cool.
Yeah, this boss is awesome. Now don't move. Triple? Oh, it's a single.
Frozen.
I think one of the best things that I'm going to talk about is, do you see how dark the room is? Where your character is lit up a little bit? You're never losing your character. The visual clarity is still very good, even though there's bullshit everywhere, right? They did a great job with the design of that.
Okay.
Triangle.
Wait, they played that really well.
I mean, that's Mark you're talking about.
Oh! Wait. You just
Oh,
died
nice.
that.
Charlie.
Nice.
Okay!
And now they dap each other up.
Yeah.
So that's Path of Exile 2.
Dude, tell
These
us-
areas, as well as around
tell-
half of each of the
tell us
first
what the
4
fucking
acts, are
gold does,
available
Mark.
to play at the 3 demo zones
Chris,
around
I need to
Exile
know.
1. Now, if you're physically here at this event and you get to play the demo, just remember, it's a different game than before. It's a lot harder. You're probably going to run the first pack of monsters and just die.
Wow.
I really recommend you read the signs.
No.
They've got
Wait, I
advice on
died
how to
a
combine
lot.
your
Oh,
skills
God.
effectively. And remember, dodge rolls on spacebar. Use it.
The freaking Roa area.
Yeah, the
Oh my
rose
God.
just one-shot you.
So your next question is likely to be, when is the beta? Well, we're in our last year of development, but we're still finishing acts, adding skills, and balancing everything. The closed beta is going to start on June 7th, 2024.
Oh.
Path of Exile 2 has been a long time coming.
You-
Excited to
Dang
get
it.
it, but we're just not quite there yet.
He got us with this.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh, God.
In the meantime, there's a lot in store for PoE 1. I'll
yeah, I
hand
mean,
back
at
over to Chris,
least
and he's going to talk
they're
about what's
more
coming
sure
up.
about it. I would rather them have a polished game and release it, you know?
Already looks great. I mean, that shit is
That looks so good.
Okay, but I need Eugene. Can you fit check this man for me? I need a fit check on Chris.
I mean, I'd much rather the release date be later
So,
instead of,
that demo is
you know,
very
them
hard
saying
for
like,
them
oh,
to do
we're
in
gonna
person.
release
Like,
this
I
and
am
then
very
just not
impressed
do it,
it
you
went
know?
that well.
Wait,
So, as Jonathan explained, Path of Exile 1 will continue to be its own unique game once Path of Exile 2 comes out. We will continue to update it with expansions and leagues going forward. And because accounts and microtransactions are shared between the two games, and their expansion releases are offset from each other, it's super easy to jump between them and effectively play both if you want. So I'm going off script for a second here and just going to explain this a bit better.
You can play both?
Imagine we release a Path of Exile 2 expansion, right?
Okay.
So everyone dives in and plays it. You give it, say, out of the 13-week cycle, you're going to play for, you know, some hardcore players play for the first few weeks, some people play for most of the time. We're going to aim a Path of Exile 1 expansion to come out towards the end of that cycle, say 4 or 5 weeks from the end, which also lasts for 3 months. So because Path of Exile 2 has more content and is a significantly larger game, it will mean that you can play Path of Exile 2 for the majority of the cycle, and then either keep playing if you want to keep playing Path of Exile 2, or jump into Path of Exile 1 when its league launches and enjoy that.
play another game.
Either for the entire
Yeah,
period
they're
or
gonna
until the
have
next
you
Path of
playing
Exile 2 one comes out.
24/7.
And of course, because your purchases are shared, if you were to buy supporter packs or microtransactions in either, they're just available on your characters in the other. Speaking of Path of Exile 1 expansions, we've got one coming out in just 3 weeks, on August 18th. Let's watch the trailer for Path of Exile, Trial of the Ancestors.
Oh.
Souls such as yours do not go quietly into the night.
Okay, I like
They
the voice.
thirst for battle. They yearn
Spooky eyes?
to prove themselves.
Monka.
Welcome to the halls of the dead. Earn your place among us.
But I know that first guy. I've died them a lot.
Under
What?
any Cora's watchful eye.
Is this-
Test your mettle against the greatest warriors.
It's like
forever
1v1.
Is it PvP thing?
It looks like a gladiator
Yeah, it looks
arena.
like a PvP-esque.
Yeah.
Wait, what the heck?
What?
Prove
Is this a
yourself.
Are they
The
for
trial
AI
of
or
the
player?
ancestor.
You get to put in your own team?
Wait, what the heck?
Just tattoos?
It's like a TFT.
Yeah, this is TFT.
Wait, this is actually your guy.
Oh my
Wait.
god.
Wait a minute.
Sanctums?
Okay.
Sanctums? What, they're back? Revamp Guardians? Oh, they redid
In the
Chieftain.
Only one can become champion.
Okay,
Will
the
it
TFT
be-
thing looks insane.
But
What the fuck?
Because
I
Chieftain...
mean, they did it again. Chris did it again.
How does he keep doing it?
I
In
don't
the
know,
Karui
man.
afterlife, the fallen chieftains of each tribe participate in a tournament called the Trial of the Ancestors. You will journey to the afterlife, assemble your own team, and enter the tournament to battle those chieftains and earn valuable rewards.
Is this a rework on Guardian and
As you
Chieftain?
play through areas in the Ancestor Challenge League, you'll find tradable silver coins. Using them will take you to the Karui Afterlife, where you will encounter Navali, who you may remember from the Prophecy League. Each coin allows you to play a match of the tournament. You start the tournament with a basic team consisting of 3 warriors.
Okay.
The tournament is double elimination, meaning you're allowed to have 1 loss without consequence. The
It's
second loss
actually-
eliminates you from the
What
tournament.
is that
Your team will
ranking
compete
on
against
the
10
left,
other
too? No
tribes,
way you're
and you
ranked
choose who
against
you're going to
other
challenge
players,
next out of the
right?
teams left in the tournament.
When you start a match, you see the configuration of the enemy team and get to place your team of warriors on the battlefield to challenge theirs. You and your party of exiles will play alongside your warriors. So while this league does have many elements of an auto-battler, you're right there fighting alongside
He said
them.
auto-battler!
During a battle, when a warrior dies, they respawn at their totem after a short time. If their totem is destroyed, then they are instantly killed and can't respawn. The team that destroys all of the opposing totems wins. If you're playing a hardcore character, though, don't worry.
TFT, but
Hinekora,
you're
the
the
goddess of
TFT
death,
unit,
is watching
you know?
over you and will restore your soul to your body, so you can't permanently die in the
You
afterlife.
can't perma die here?
Like that. In the Trial of the Ancestors, strategy and tactics are key. Every unit has its own strengths and weaknesses that must be utilized to win matches. The turtle is really slow and really tanky. It's perfect for either defensive positioning to stop flankers or offensive positioning to tank hits for you if you're pushing through the
three-star
middle.
a turtle.
It's not great in the center or flank positions due to its slow movement speed. The Tuatara is a quick and deceptive unit, which is relatively well balanced for all positions. This version of the Tuatara has a stealth ability, which makes it perfect for the flanking position to sneak through enemy defenses and take out unprotected totems from the side. The Goliath of Night is a disruptor unit, and it's ideally placed in a center position to intercept enemies that are chasing you. You can also allocate it to defenses so that it disrupts enemies that are trying to kill your totems by stunning them. So in this match here, we've set up a Tuatara in a flanking position, a turtle on defense to guard our totems, and a Goliath to flank us as we attack from the middle. Our plan is to work with the Goliath to distract the enemy front line so the flanking Tuatara can get through and destroy some of their totems.
Backdooring. He's going for the back door. Help him, bro.
Freaking.
Wait, the Tuatara is killing the totem.
This is gonna go
Wait, he killed it
crazy.
in like 4 seconds.
Bro,
What?
Upon winning a match, you earn favor and other
having
rewards.
fun.
I'll talk about the other rewards shortly. There are a lot. You have a separate amount of favor with each tribe, and you can spend it by talking to their chieftain to recruit warriors and purchase field items and equipment that your team can use.
Oh, okay.
Each tribe has specific specialities.
Why
For
is he
example,
playing
Hinekora's tribe manipulates life and death. Rongo Kurai's tribe is slow and
This
tanky,
guy's
with
troll.
an emphasis on stuns and knockbacks.
What the fuck?
You can recruit warriors from many different tribes and mix and match them together into your team based on what you need. Field items are items that are placed on the battlefield and can be activated during the match to, for example, revive a warrior or heal your entire team.
Oh.
If a field item isn't consumed within a match, it persists on to the next match. But your warriors, their equipment, and your field items are all wiped between tournaments. You enter each tournament fresh. Your success in a
Okay.
tournament updates your overall ranking, which helps you in better rewards in subsequent ones.
Ranking?
Speaking of rewards, let's discuss the good part. What you can earn for succeeding at the Trial of the Ancestors. You can tell this
like
gets me
that.
excited. Okay.
I do.
You get a reward as
Yes,
you win each
sir.
round of the tournament, and these rewards are visible when you're selecting which tribe you want to play against.
Oh.
It'll help inform your
okay,
decision.
this thing is
Some of
gonna
them are
be
regular
crazy.
rewards, and some
Oh.
are and some of them are exclusive new rewards you can only get from the
some of
Trial of
these
the
tattoo
Ancestors. I'm
stats?
literally tripping over my
Oh,
words
yeah,
to get to the
that's
part where I
how-
can explain
it's just
tattoos.
Random. Oh, it's F. Oh.
Okay. The Ancestors reward you with
Oh,
special
that plus
tattoos that are
8%
not applied to
fire
your
rate.
skin,
Stupid,
but
it's
they're
already
engraved on your
stats.
soul. This process can transform what your attribute skills on the passive tree do, basically the attribute highway nodes generally. The regular ones can only be applied to basic attribute skills and allow you to convert your tree's attribute highways into something more useful for you.
Okay,
For
that's
example,
fine.
this one converts a small dexterity skill into movement speed.
I would say that's
Each tribe has its
okay.
own exclusive passive tattoos. This tattoo converts a small strength skill into additional fire resistance.
I feel like that's a lot of
This
viruses.
one converts a small intelligence skill
Oh.
into additional lightning damage.
1 to 7.
And this one converts a small strength skill into one that summons a minion when you take a savage hit from a unique enemy.
Wait,
But
wait,
don't go
that-
overboard on the number of skills you convert with tattoos, as you'll probably need at least some of your attributes left to equip items. Each of the 10 tribes has an exclusive unique item that you can earn. These rarely show up as rewards for defeating that tribe in a match. Kitava's Hunger is a unique majestic plate that you can earn by defeating the
much is
Kitava tribe.
910
As you can
life?
see, it grants an immense amount of life for a single item, providing you don't have any life on any other
That's
pieces
a
of your
lot of
equipment.
fucking life.
While this is tricky to accomplish, it also frees up all those other potential life slots to be something else that benefits
Oh, so it's
your
like
build,
old. It's
making it
old
pure
pre-nerf
upside.
counts, right?
This amulet is a unique item you can earn by defeating the Arohongui tribe. It has the powerful effect of causing your flasks to instantly recover life and mana whenever you're low.
Instantly
This could
recover?
potentially be a powerful panic button, or maybe you want to build around permanently being on low life or mana, so all of your flask usage is instant. If you manage to win the entire tournament,
do you guys think
you'll not
of
only
this
receive
price?
your reward for the
What-
final
what
match,
price is it?
Hinokora will also give you a
And what
choice
do you need?
of 3 additional... Next. Sorry, button didn't work. Of 3 additional exclusive items. Let's have a look at some of the things you may be offered. First up, there are 4 unique items that exclusively come from Hinokora for completing the tournament.
God.
This belt, for example, lists a plethora of really powerful properties, both beneficial and detrimental. While you're wearing the belt, the property shifts around every 5 seconds. You never know what's going to happen next. Will you always crit, always evade, never evade? Maybe you're able to find some ways to build around the detrimental effects to create as much upside as possible.
Oh, interesting.
Hinokora also has a selection of special, more advanced passive tree tattoos that you can only receive from
That's right. Oh,
her.
that's what you're looking
This
at.
one transforms a 30 intelligence notable attribute skill into one that increases the level of all of your intelligence gems. You're only allowed 1 copy of the specific attribute combination tattoo on a tree.
Wow.
Hinokora can also award you with a new type of item called an omen. These are small items that sit in your inventory until a condition
Oh
is
my
met,
God, like
at which
a
point they are
Valiant
consumed
character.
and something happens.
Wow.
In this case, when you reach
Wait, did you guys
25%
get your
life, your
drop? I
flasks
just
are
got
all
a
I just got my
drop.
drop.
Now,
Hell
don't worry.
yeah.
Each player
Let's
can only
freaking
consume 1
go.
omen per combat area, so you don't have any reason to fill your entire inventory with them. This one creates a portal on death.
That's. I want to use that one. That's mine. That's mine.
It won't try to save your life, but it will save you some
That's
time.
that's my totem.
This one grants you soul
My
eater when you
omen.
level up. It's definitely worth carrying around for that occasional massive power boost.
Okay.
Omens are tradable but hard to get, so use them carefully. I shudder to think about how much this one is going to be worth in the presence of those incredibly rare
Oh
unique weapons
my
from 320.
God.
Note, going off script again here. Back in the day,
This?
when we had stuff like the Prophecy and so on that let you
Holy
upgrade your rare
moly.
forcibly on a specific base type, we had to block the good items by putting crap uniques on the, sorry, I meant upgrade to unique. We put crap uniques on that base type so that you couldn't get it every time. Well, we stopped doing that, so a lot of the uniques that were upgraded in 320 are just the only thing on the base type. So items like this let you deterministically get something quite valuable, hence they are quite rare.
Wow.
The most exciting one, though. Finally, Hinokora can offer you a lock of her hair.
What?
This is a very special currency item that lets you foresee the result of using another currency item to craft something. This means, for example, you can know whether it's worth exalting an item because you'll know exactly what the outcome is. Hinokora's lock will slot into your
that is
crafting pipeline with
so-
powerful consequences.
Wait, is that
The Trial
not
of the
in-
Ancestors
wait,
offers a
what?
wide selection of valuable new rewards as you complete matches and tournaments. We really look forward to seeing what strategies you develop for building, equipping, carefully placing, and playing alongside your tribe. So that's the new Challenge League. But
What?
Path of Exile expansions contain more than
Wait,
just
how
a
does
new
that
league
even
every 3
work?
months.
It's just if
In
you
each
hover
update,
it
we
with,
also
like,
augment
a
Path of Exile's
currency item,
endgame
it'll just
and
tell
shift
you
the
it'll have
metagame
that?
with
I
new gems and
think?
balance
I'm not
changes.
sure.
This expansion is no exception. I'm going to explain the other changes in a medium amount of detail. I'm conscious that we have both new and existing players. For new players, I'm going to try to include some extra content to help make the changes more understandable. You can find out all the detail in the patch notes and other information we'll be posting in the few weeks before release. Let's start with how the Trial of the Ancestors expansion expands Path of Exile's endgame. In December last year, we released an expansion called The Forbidden Sanctum, which introduced the Sanctum Challenge League.
Oh, I got it.
This league was a roguelike game set within Path of
Wait, is it
Exile where you would
Discord or
randomly
what is
explore
buzzing?
a randomly generated sanctum one room at a time
you said this
alongside
on
your regular
Battle
play.
Star?
You'd pick which rooms you wanted to
Yes.
explore out of
A lot of
several
people
options
really like
and
this
accumulate
one.
beneficial boons and detrimental afflictions that made your run easier and harder, respectively. Not only did Sanctum work really well as a league, but it also had the potential to be added to Path of Exile
One
as
sec,
part
one
of its
sec,
core
sorry.
endgame content, alongside systems like mapping, delve, and heist. Well, in this expansion, the Forbidden Sanctum is back.
Is it still buzzing?
I've really been looking forward to this one. We're reintroducing the Sanctum as core content in Path of Exile's endgame. You'll initially meet Divinia, the Sanctum NPC, in Act 10. Sanctums are now tradable items that you can find while playing maps in the endgame. A forbidden tome represents a whole floor of the Sanctum, and its rooms can be played back to back, or you can take breaks between them and do something else if you choose. Upon successfully completing that Sanctum floor, the next
1 sec, guys.
item with all of the state of your Sanctum run built in.
Is that good?
This means that the item stores what boons and afflictions you had, what rewards you've locked in, and how much resolve you have left. You can then either play this floor or trade it to someone else.
It's not buzzing for me. I've never had this happen.
For example, let's say you manage to lock in a really valuable reward.
That's a good reward.
The example here is a mirror of
A mirror.
Oh,
I like that one.
That's a good reward.
Yeah, that's a nice reward.
One resolve. This is an example here where the player has a very good reward locked in, but a massive pile of dangerous afflictions and only one resolve on them. If you don't feel capable of completing the rest of the Sanctum from this point, then it would normally be a write-off, right? If you gave this to me, no way am I getting that mirror. But you can now trade the Sanctum state to someone else who is willing to pay for the chance to earn the mirror. Or lose it. You can look at expected value in economics, right? It's worth some percentage of that mirror. So you trade it for like 5 chaos to someone, they run it and lose their chaos.
This, right?
Your relics, which act as passive bonuses within the Sanctum, are locked in for the run when you start the first floor and can't be changed for the rest of the run. Speaking of relics, they're now tradable and have been rebalanced around this. To those of you wondering, we have decided against bringing back sanctified relics for now. A complete Sanctum run now requires killing the final boss, Lycia, in both her first and second form. She will always drop a unique relic, and these have been reworked and replaced as we rebalanced everything. An important aspect of the new Sanctum balance is that your primary defenses now have some effect on protecting your resolve.
It's not fixed.
Your armor allows you to mitigate resolve loss, and your
Sorry,
evasion
I've
grants
never
you a
had this
chance
issue
to avoid
before.
resolve loss entirely, a lot like how armor and evasion work.
I don't understand.
Your energy shield grants you resolve
What?
Aegis, which is a mechanic that works similarly to how energy shield behaves
Wait,
for
so
life.
what was resolve in this?
In light
thing?
of the
If
new
you got
defensive
hit, you
opportunities
lose
and
resolve?
learnings from
Yes.
the original
Yeah, it's like
Challenge League,
your
we rebalanced the difficulty of Sanctum, especially
lifeline
in
for
later floors,
this
and it
mechanic.
works to add more monster and room variety to runs.
Listen, I just
We've
break
added new
all
boss,
of
we've added
these.
new
Yes.
boons and
I don't
afflictions
dodge
themed around the
anything.
new
I just
defensive
stand there and
mechanics and have
get it.
rebalanced many of the other ones.
Fuck.
Like other optional
this does
endgame
not
systems that
work.
involve tradable items, players who
Come
don't
on.
want to play Sanctum can trade their Sanctums to other players in exchange for an item or currency that benefits them more. Successful Sanctum play can generate a lot of rewards. It'll potentially be possible to build characters dedicated to Sanctum running and just farm Sanctums repeatedly in
I'll
order
use
to
voice
profit.
memo.
Sanctum isn't the only improvement that Trial of the Ancestors brings to Path of Exile's endgame. We're also introducing 16 new Atlas,
It's fixed? It's
Atlas
fixed?
Keystone passives to the Atlas
Cool.
passive tree.
Sorry about that, guys. I
As a
don't know
quick
what
summary
happened.
for new players joining us, the Atlas tree is a system that allows you to customize your endgame experience in Path of Exile. As you complete different maps, you gain skill points that can be allocated in the tree. You could use these points to modify the behavior of different content you encounter in in-game maps to make it more difficult or more rewarding, or to behave
complicated
entirely
tree?
differently.
Oh, you haven't
The
seen it
system
yet.
allows you to double down on the content you enjoy and avoid content you
This
don't.
is my favorite thing that they
Keystones are
added.
really impactful passives
Yeah,
that
this
totally
thing was
change your
godlike when
in-game
I tried
system's
it out.
behave. Usually they usually they have an element of give and take and require you
Someone
to come
get
up with
Chris
new
some water
strategies to take
now.
advantage of them. Each of these 16 new Atlas Keystones changes how you might interact with Path of Exile's endgame. Let's have a look at some of them now. We will reveal the rest of them before the release of Trial of the Ancestors in a few weeks. Extreme Archaeology completely changes how you play expedition encounters.
Oh.
Instead of placing a series of regular explosives, you now place one gigantic explosive.
Whoa.
Every single chest or monster in the blast radius is affected by every remnant in that radius.
But how big is? Oh my God! Wait, it's humongous. Wait, what? That is enormous. Wait, that is sick.
Wait, I like it because it's so
now
fast.
you don't have to like place them
Yeah.
individually. I like that.
Rather than possessing monsters.
Wait, what is this?
Wait, isn't
Boosting your
that great?
stats instead.
Wait,
While
that's
possessed, you can
sick. What
touch
the heck?
monsters Just like a spirit can,
You
making them
can-
stronger
oh,
and more
what?
rewarding. It's kind of getting silly at this point, isn't it?
But you can just run through the mobs and possess them yourself?
Yes.
It's like a tower
What
defense
the
minigame
fuck?
inside Path of Exile. The Cassia's Pride keystone makes it so that Blight monsters take significantly less damage from players and significantly more damage from Blight towers.
So you can just play the tower
Basically
defense.
lets you go
Oh,
in
okay, so they buff the towers.
because we can.
Oh my.
Lucid Dreams makes it so that Val's side areas in your maps are no longer corrupted, meaning that you can use currency items to change their mods. That's right. When you encounter a Val side area, the keystone lets you craft
Oh, you can craft these! Oh.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh!
Super sick.
Oh, I thought it was for the items.
Yeah, I thought it was the items too.
Yeah. So we rebalanced the side area mods, we've improved reward outcomes, and we've made the downside mods a bit more punishing.
Okay,
just to make it
crafting
interesting if
those
you try
must
to go
be
for the good outcomes.
insane.
You may also rarely encounter
This is a login
Val
leak
side
for
area.
sure.
Wait.
Destructive
He
play
said unique
makes it
Val
so that
side
the
area.
Maven will
I'm
summon
gonna play
between
next
1 and 3
league.
extra random map bosses when you are fighting witnessed map bosses. This keystone is analogous to the Eldritch Altar keystones that make those influences more difficult but more rewarding.
Oh, you get
There
like
are another
3
11
bosses.
new keystones that we'll reveal over the next few weeks. Together, these 16 keystones
I just
mean
love
that
looking
regardless
at
of
the
how
skill
you enjoy
tree
your maps,
'cause-
you'll have plenty of new ways to play Path of Exile's endgame in this expansion.
Thinking about
And I
just
should
looking
note,
at
in the
it as
initial
a new
draft of the
player is
keynote, I
just...
painstakingly
Yeah, bro, you don't know
every single
what you're looking
keystone.
at
It
if
took
you're
like
a
10
new
minutes.
player. You're like, what
But
the
we'll put
fuck
them in the
is
news
this?
to save you some time here. In the Trial of the Ancestors expansion,
Okay,
we're shifting
show me
Path of
something
Exile's
hot.
metagame
I want
in
something
several ways.
sexy.
The first is by introducing 14 new support gems, which are designed to take existing categories of skills and provide entirely new ways to play them.
Show
For
me
full
some
information,
melee
check the
stuff.
final gem hovers when we post them in the next few weeks. Let's have a look at a handful of these support gems now. In Path of Exile, war cries usually buff your party but don't directly hurt monsters. The Corrupting Cry support gem turns war cries into damage-dealing skills by making them inflict corrupted blood on monsters affected by the war cry or by your attacks that it exerts.
Wait, it's Shout Barb. It's like, wait.
The Returning Projectile support gem
Wait
causes
a minute,
projectiles from
that's a
supported
good
skills
one.
to return to you, piercing all targets but dealing a little less damage.
Wow.
Oh,
that must be absolutely busted. On Tornado
there's
Shot, would
another
it just
example,
shoot
too.
the like arrows all over the place?
They had it on an Amulet enchant last league, and it was the best in the game.
The
What
Fresh
the
Meat support
fuck?
gem causes minions created by supported gems to gain adrenaline, critical strike chance, and critical strike damage for a duration after they're first summoned. So you've got to work out a way to keep refreshing your minions. And it makes them a lot more powerful. The Flame
are
Wood
those?
support gem causes totems to trigger projectile mortars at enemies that hit them. This is particularly synergistic with totems that can taunt enemies, such as Decoy Totem.
Oh! Wait, it's the arrow that drops. That's so funny.
The Sacrifice support gem works on spells that you either cast yourself or through totems. These spells now sacrifice a percentage of your current life or the totem's life to gain additional chaos damage based on how much life was sacrificed.
That's kind of cool.
It's still chaos damage.
The
Wow.
Frigid Bond support gem affects link skills
I like
and
that.
causes a cold mist to come over them. Enemies caught in the beam are chilled and
Wait,
dealt cold
what
damage
the
over time.
fuck?
This creates a new tool
This
for cold
is
damage
a
over time build,
roleplay
requiring strategic placement of both
That is
yourself and
so-
your linked ally. I
Links.
mentioned it was going to get silly. The Locust Mine support gem looks OP and affects attack skills that use bows and wands. Instead of directly using the
What?
supported skill, you throw mines in an arc that use that skill for you, targeting
What
your
the
location. when you
Jesus.
die.
Wow.
In addition
Yeah,
to
no
these gems,
way that
there are
shit's
another 7 that we'll
balanced.
be revealing over the next few weeks.
Ooh.
In addition to the 14 new support
Okay,
gems,
they
our
all-
balance work for the Trial
they
of
only
the
give us half
Ancestors
of
involves
that.
revamping
They gave us like
ascendancy
a
classes.
fourth of it.
These are the subclasses that you can specialize in as you play through Path of Exile's campaign. Each main character class has 3 ascendancy classes available. In the last expansion, Crucible, we overhaul the Pathfinder and Saboteur.
Yes,
this time
Pathfinder's-
it's the Guardian and Chieftain, which are specializations of the
I-
Templar
I
and
love
Marauders,
Chieftain.
respectively. While we were very happy with the theme of the
Please,
Guardian,
Chieftain.
it was
Sorry,
driven behind
Glad
the power
players.
level and
Please,
popularity of other ascendancy classes. Our changes in this expansion have modernized the class and will present you with more relevant build opportunities than before. Brace yourself. Okay. Path of Exile 102.
What the fuck
Harmony of
is
Purpose
this?
can power up parties using link skills. Time of Need now completely cleanses and heals you every 4 seconds.
Is that
Radiant
good?
and Unwavering Crusade both fully embrace the Holy Summoner theme by giving you access to some exciting new types of minions that are exclusive to this Ascendancy class. We have this
Oh.
picture on the announcement page, pathofexile.com/ancestor for you to scrutinize. Next. While the Guardian's
I can't
revamp
fucking look.
was similar to that of the Pathfinder, the Chieftain has received the Saboteur treatment. To be honest, we were unhappy about many aspects of
Chieftain
this Ascendancy
builds are
class in
just
its
really
old form, and so we
slow.
have completely redesigned it.
But
You can play
like,
it now.
it's
It's
weird.
basically an entirely new Ascendancy class with the same name and
What
Good.
did the Chieftain
and a new
even
way of
used to do?
approaching
It's
its
just a bunch of
themes.
fire damage,
Its
right?
new skills
Yeah.
let you, among
Yeah,
other
I
things,
think
cause
so,
enemies
yeah.
to explode, turn off enemies' fire resistance.
Modifiers
while
to max
stationary,
also apply to
convert
cold and
passive
lightning?
skills to apply to fire damage, and have your fire resistances apply to your cold and lightning
Yeah,
resistance.
Yeah,
I'll
that
just give you a
top
sec more to read.
node
Wow.
looks crazy.
It's
Oh
on the site
my
for you to check out. It's
god.
pretty powerful now. To celebrate the release of the Trial of the Ancestors, we'll be hosting a boss kill event. To enter, create a hardcore solo self-found character in the Ancestor League and race to kill all 7 Uber
Wait, I
pinnacle
can
bosses on
literally
the same
do
character.
this.
Yeah.
Note that unlike
Keaton, you
the
are-
last event we ran, this one is not a ruthless
Wait, I want to
event.
see you do
We'll
it.
post more information about the event and its prizes in the news before release. Best of luck to everyone.
Dead.
For the Ancestor
He said
Challenge
everyone,
League,
he
we're
meant to
launching
say
2
Ben.
new series of supporter packs, the Shade and Disciple
Ooh.
packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value and points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. These packs are
Okay.
only available for the duration of the Ancestor League and will leave the store forever when it ends. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect the character's power or progression in any way, despite how cool they look.
Okay.
Yeah, you
Series of
get some
supporter
luck
packs
if you
contain
get
6
the starter
exclusive
pack.
microtransactions.
Okay,
All
the
right.
shit,
The
that
sarcophagus back attachment
sarcophagus looks
imprisons an
insane.
unspeakable evil that
That
struggles
shit
to break
looks
free.
nice.
Nearby monsters send it into a frenzy,
Okay,
and enemy deaths
this is
provide it with souls
This
to
is
feast
BIS.
Wow.
The
That's
Stygian
BIS
Waypoint
right
shackles
there.
visitors to your hideout in chains, yourself included.
What?
These chains are just cosmetic, though, and they break as soon as you
Wait,
move.
I need this
It would probably
waypoint.
be a
This looks
gameplay
so
aspect
funny.
to be able to imprison people.
I actually have all my
The Ferryman's
NPCs in
armor
a
set is
cage
so
in my
full of
hideout, so
souls
it'd be
that some of them
fitting.
Try to escape. Moving while wearing the boots will leave souls in your wake trying to break free.
Oh, cool. Oh,
The
wow.
Infernal Portal opens a gate to the Netherrealm when you approach. This prompted a lot of internal discussion about whether using Hellfire to heat your
Ooh.
hideout is actually safe and practical.
That
That
is
looks
such
sick.
a nice portal.
The demon-bound crafting bench allows you to enslave a malevolent entity to craft items for you. Be warned,
Wait,
it
this
has
is
a sharp
also good
tongue
for
and
my
will mock you
hideout.
mercilessly.
Oh my god.
Bro, I don't even want to know where your hideout
That's
was.
a crafting
Wait, you've never seen my hideout? It's literally all the NPCs are in cages together and just
to orbit you in an ethereal
Just
cloud of
chains
loot.
and cages.
yeah. And there's like just a huge
Wait.
like
Wait, that's so
Satan
cool.
circle.
That Nebula effect kind
The
of goes
Disciple
hard.
series of supporter packs also contains 6
Okay, is it
exclusive
Disciple though or
microtransactions. Look at Dog.
Shade? What do you guys pick?
Wait, there's a
I'm
dog.
No,
gonna
I gotta see. I think I'm gonna get the. Well, I have to see the
Hero's
rest.
landing finisher
Do you guys
effect
ever
summons
use
a marble
pets? I feel like
statue
pets
from the
lag my
heavens to
game, so I just
execute
leave them in
unique
my
monsters you
hideout.
defeat. You decide whether
No, I
it's
don't
the
think I
sword
have
or the
that.
huge lump of rock that actually kills them. The Bell Tower map device heralds the opening of a new
Wow,
map with
no,
a peal
that's
of bells.
That
so
thing's
cool.
kinda
Start to
nice.
run out of portal
Huge.
zone
I
and it
really
reflects
like
your
that.
desperate situation.
I like that.
That's
I
so
like that.
cool.
My
Sick.
shit's gonna be
What?
on fire 20.
Yeah, me when I'm doing Ubers right
I
there.
like that. Like imagine you're
Cathedral
trading
armor set
somebody and you just
reflects
see their
light-
tower
reflects
on
light through your
fire.
furniture, creating beautiful patterns on the ground around it.
That is
Oh, that's really
hilarious.
nice.
Slow, it responds in kind.
Oh.
Oh, that is sick.
The Observer Diamond Flask summons a tentacled mass that fires its eye lasers at enemies you critically strike while the flask is active.
Oh.
Again,
Wait.
So it tells you when you
Zap.
crit them.
the
That's kind
currency
of
or
cool.
Hey, that's
charge
kinda
effect lets you
nice.
pick from a number of different currency types to replace your charges with, as long as you've used that currency item anytime from today onwards. Some people.
Wait, so you can have a
Oh,
mirror?
the mirror?
around.
Some people.
That's
will
insane.
Wait, that is a
The
flex.
exclusive
It's a
club of players who
giga flex.
actually used a mirror
That's
club.
nuts.
This effect also causes your charges to display in town. So the theory is you go use your standard mirror,
Standard mirror? Who has
which
those?
we all have, right?
Who has those?
The faithful hound pet is a very good doggo, and it knows a few tricks. You can command it to sit,
Good dog.
roll over,
Aw.
or play dead.
Oh, cute.
Wait, that's cute.
And yes, you can pet the dog.
Oh my god.
Wait, W.
Oh!
Cute.
Good dog.
Oh, that's That's
These new packs
adorable.
are available right now at pathofexile.com/purchase, and purchases
Okay.
like these
Okay,
directly
the
fund
Sanctum one
ongoing
is kind
development
of
The
of
bell
Path of
goes
Exile
hard.
1 and 2.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the
But I gotta
Lithomancer
get
and
that bell
Enchanter packs
tower.
leave the store forever at the launch of Trial of the Ancestors, so now's your last chance to purchase them. There's some good stuff in those too. Thanks for your continued support. The fun part. For the last ExileCon, we developed a special card game that encapsulated the full gameplay arc of Path of Exile over the course of the event. Players could defeat monsters, progressively upgrade their items, use currency items to craft their equipment, find and run maps, and eventually defeat pinnacle bosses to earn rewards. It was a whole lot of fun.
What the fuck is a
and
card
we've
game?
had
Wait,
so
this
many
sounds kinda
requests to run it
cool.
again. So this year, we're proud to bring you the 2023 version of the ExileCon card game. And like all Path of Exile expansions, it even includes a challenge league. In your
What?
swag bags, you'll have found a box of ExileCon cards, and then a gentleman outside will have asked to purchase them from you for real money.
That's so funny.
If you have any cards left, you can use these to challenge GGG staff members who are walking around ExileCon as monsters. They'll be wearing t-shirts showing the monsters'
But I want a
stats, which include
swag
symbols
bag.
for their
Wait,
attack
this
and
sounds
defense.
so
It's
cool.
so
Using the
cool
cards in
to
your
be
deck
an event
box,
thing.
and those you accumulate by defeating monsters, put together one set of armor, one weapon and shield, or a two-handed weapon, and an amulet and 2 rings. To defeat a monster, the damage on your weapon has to be equal to or larger than the defense of the monster, and the defense on the armor and shield have to be equal to or larger than the attack of the monster. It's that simple. There are some wildcard symbols. It's explained on the rules in the box. Rings and
Yeah,
amulets
that's
are pretty
true.
hard to find, and they can be used for either attack or defense. So to attack a monster, politely approach a staff member wearing the shirt, introduce yourself, and show them the set of equipment you want to use. If your symbols match, then you'll have defeated them, and they'll give you a reward and remove some of the durability from your items. They do this by clicking the card, so if you want to keep a card pristine, don't necessarily attack someone with it. It will get damaged in combat.
Oh, there's
Be careful not to
durability.
waste your best items on low-level monsters. You're not allowed
Oh.
to attack the same monster twice.
Wait, I
in a
gotta
row,
go to
so you need
next
to
year's
explore
ExileCon.
ExileCon to find different GGG staff members.
Wait, yeah, let's
You can get
go.
maps by defeating monsters marked as gods.
I wish I could have gone
Take
this
these maps to
year.
the map
Would've been
device to
sick.
run them and
Yeah,
progress
this
through
new
tiers.
card game actually
On the
sounds
back of the
cool.
box is a list of quests. As you complete quests, you can visit the crafting bench on the top floor to receive rewards for completing those quests.
Wow.
While you're there, you can also use your currency items to modify your equipment. I mentioned that this year's version of the card game introduced a challenge league. That league is Delve.
What?
Accumulate sulfite and bring it to the Delve wall.
What
Sorry for
the
the bad
fuck
photo,
is
card
this?
on the middle floor.
Wait, what the heck?
Each sulfite card you hand in allows you to explore one tile of the Azurite mine. You'll all be working collaboratively throughout the event to delve deep into the
Wait,
mine.
ExileCon
fight the monsters
goes
that
crazy.
lurk
Wait,
in
they
the
have so many
I feel
interactive
really
things.
bad
It's
for the
pretty
poor people who
neat.
had to hang
Yeah,
3,000
what
cards on that
the-
wall.
That's
You may
so
eventually
cool.
be able to challenge the pinnacle bosses if you manage to get really far in the card game. I'm the Searing Exarch, Jonathan is the Eater of Worlds, and Mark is the Maven. Defeating
Wow.
any of the 3 of us will reward you
Ooh.
with a Mirror of Calandra enamel pin. This pin is exclusively
Okay.
available for winning the card game and won't be sold in the merchandise shop. Each person can only receive a maximum of 2 mirrors, and when they run out, we can't give any more out, so try to win the game early.
Oh,
The reason
that's
for
what
2
his
is a very
shirt
typical
is.
Path
You
of
can
Exile
fucking
reason. One for
challenge
you,
him
Yep.
on
trade.
the
Oh,
What the fuck?
yeah.
Wait, that's actually
it's almost time to
sick.
go and experience
He was a
ExileCon
shaper last
2023.
year.
Aside from the card game, we've
Wait,
prepared
the
a full
Wi-Fi
weekend of
details,
activities
write that
for you.
down.
There's a busy roster of talks and interviews on the main stage and the streamer stage. We've posted a schedule at pathofexile.com/ExileCon so you can see what is happening when and where. The schedule also includes information on meet and greet sessions. Our special guests this year include a roster of many of your favorite streamers, but also some game development industry friends we've met over the last
Jeez.
16 years. We're proud to once again welcome the creators of the Diablo series, David Brevik, Max Schaefer, and Eric Schaefer, as well as Travis Baldry, who you may know from Fate, Torchlight, and his popular fantasy books, or even the books he's narrated. They'll not only have meet and greet sessions, but are also participating in an action RPG roundtable discussion alongside me and Eric tomorrow on the stage.
Wait, that's cool.
In all of the developer
Diablo
talks and
devs are
panels, ExileCon attendees will be able to scan a QR code on their phone to submit questions for the speakers to discuss in the panel or on the Q&A section of the talk. The Path of Exile 2 ExileCon demo is a large one, and you may want to play it multiple times this weekend. In each session, you can pick from one of 4 character classes, which start at various points throughout the first 4 acts of Path of Exile 2's campaign. Around half of each act is included in the demo, and your session time is limited to 45 minutes before you have to let someone else have a turn. Remember, as Jonathan said earlier, this demo is hard. Read the signs that explain how your skills combine together. Dodge roll is your new friend. You should also swing by the Path of Exile mobile demo at the chill out area on the top floor and check out its progress.
Okay, I do
It's
have
coming along
phones.
really well, and we'd love to get your feedback on it.
Wait, what the heck?
created heaps
Wait,
of
I'm gonna
new
be
Path of
playing.
Exile
Your
merchandise.
mic doesn't blow up.
Wait, the posters are
We
cute.
made 17
Oh my
new
God, they have so
t-shirts,
much
which
merch.
include a few from our community t-shirt design competition.
Oh my
We've
God.
created a range of 24 enamel pins. You'll have found a random one in your swag
I like the
bag.
tabula.
If you
Wait.
approach me and I'm
The
wearing a
bottom
pin, feel
left
free to
one.
swap for the
I
one
need
you've
one of
got if you'd
those.
like. Happy to trade. You can purchase the others in the shop. As mentioned before, there's also the super exclusive Mirror of Calandra pin that is only available to winners of the card game. Maybe you're able to trade for a full set. There are 2 new posters. One is the Atlas passive tree, and the other is the periodic table of currency.
Okay.
In addition to reprinting the incredibly popular
Wait,
Celestial
stop.
Age,
I love those.
Cats goes
Yeah,
crazy.
the left one
business
goes
meetings.
hard.
There's also a range of
Wait,
4
I want
desk
that.
pads to keep your play
Desk
area tidy.
pads
You
look
can
Oh
check
wait,
them out at
they
the
look
website.
nice.
We have a limited range of ExileCon 2019 merchandise available in the store as well. Make sure to hit
Wait,
it up
I have
early
a
if you want some
freaking
of
Roa
this, because
plushie.
stocks of the older items are
That's
quite limited.
cute.
We have plenty of new merchandise for everyone though, and I think I might have underestimated that. The ExileCon live stream concludes
Oh,
tomorrow with
race
Grand
finals.
Race
Let's go.
where 4 players compete for
Wait, I'm gonna
up to
be in that.
$10,000 and the title of ExileCon 2023
Yeah, you're getting
Racing
first
Champion.
place.
Afterwards, we're hosting an after party at 8 p.m. at the venue. If you're watching from home, please note that because there are multiple things going on at the same time here, and we can only stream one of them live, we'll be restreaming 3 of today's talks tomorrow before the event starts. So to be clear, they're occurring here, people can watch them in person, but you can't watch them at that time because we're streaming something else.
Okay.
So we're going to restream those tomorrow in the 3 hours where it's way too early to do it in New
The first
Zealand,
thing
but you
person
can
is
watch them
Ty, I
online from the
heard.
States and Europe.
I heard he's the dude.
This makes sure that everyone is fully up to date on all of the talks that have been announced about Path of Exile 2 before the important Q&A in the morning where you get to ask the important questions. If you missed out on attending ExileCon this year, we'll be at Gamescom in Germany in August and PAX West in Seattle in September. At both shows, the Path of Exile 2 booth will have our ExileCon demo available to play and a small team of Grinding Games developers, including me and Jonathan, to chat to, and we hope to see you there. Thanks so much for joining us this weekend at ExileCon 2023. Have a great show, everyone.
Chris did it again.
He fucking did it
How
again.
does he do it?
Chris did it again. God damn.
The freaking goat.
Wait, they got XQC.
G'day, Exile.
That's
Welcome
Mathil,
back
bro.
to the
What?
second half, the post-stall cast. You
Why
are
did
indeed
you
joined
say
by, once again, by Mathil,
Oh my
Fransky,
God.
and Nugian. We're gonna have a bit of a chat about what we've seen so far, and there is a lot to go over.
Okay, oh my God,
we wait for
wait.
the next
PoE
upcoming
2
segment,
is gonna
which will
literally
preparing
be
and
the
interviewing
game.
Jonathan about Path of Exile 2.
But I gotta
It
wait
is.
until
Let's have a little
June
bit of a chat about some of the
2024.
things
God,
we've
I
seen.
thought
Yeah,
they were gonna
but,
say
you know,
2023. I was so hyped.
And 2 into
That
Yeah,
would've been
June
crazy.
2023, we would have
And,
gone
what
back
that
in
means.
time.
Oh wait, it's not June. I thought it was.
It's July,
Oh
guys.
God.
My soul. So, like, instead of
Wait,
just
that thing looks
playing
so
as much
good,
as you
though.
want
God
of
damn, now I wanna
Path of
play
Exile
that.
League,
You know,
here
I
or
have-
there.
You can only play
maybe half
fucking
of it, something
Diablo.
like
That
and
shit
then
is.
maybe do some other
No,
things.
the
That
new
shit in the
expansion.
garbage.
Yeah, that
Cycle of
is.
playing both
It's
versions
been
now
garbage.
With new
Yeah, that's going in the
launches
garbage.
continuously.
It's PoE
and
time.
I'm just going to be doing that basically.
I'm
for the rest of
literally
my life.
only playing
So
PoE
that's
games. I'm
the
only
big,
playing
shock
grinding
and
gear
twist for
games
me,
from now
but
on.
other than
Oh,
that, Path of Exile 2
God,
looked amazing,
GGG
and,
games.
nothing short of what I
Wait, when
expected.
they say that the
Awesome.
new
Expansion?
I
yeah,
gotta say,
The 18th.
I was thinking
August
that that's
18th.
the right path for Path of Exile.
Yeah, I'm
And
playing
I
that
mentioned
shit.
it to a couple people.
Dude, you
and they
would
were all
probably
going,
love that. You just
"No,
probably
there's
sit in
no
the
way.
freaking league
They're not
mechanic
doing
and just
that."
Yeah,
play
I'm
it all
literally
day.
just playing the
They're
TFT
not telling
league
you
mechanic.
anything.
I don't give a fuck.
Turns out, they're doing it. So, like Mathil said, I think.
Oh,
That
hello,
leather
Missy.
couch
What
too is
the heck?
looking
It's
real
gonna be
nice
good
that these
for a long
guys are
time. I think
sitting
they have
on.
a
I
very
like
nice
that.
schedule.
Yeah, how much do you think it
those last
costs?
couple weeks.
I don't know, but look at the
leading
watch on
into
Mathil,
another
bro.
PoE
Dude,
I
Mathil
don't
is
know
a
what that is.
Chad. Have you guys seen him
expansion, so
climb?
I'm really looking forward to that.
Climb?
Yes,
Like
he's a
rock climbing?
No, he is like
IRL
a
or-
Pretty
yes,
exciting.
he is a Giga Chad climber.
I'm not sure. Like you're still
Oh, he
getting
is? What the
PoE
fuck?
1 and 2
Dude,
at the
he
same
is-
I
time
did not know that.
in
But
PoE
he
2,
is like
all upgraded. So
What-
it's
what
not this
level does
weird
he
split
do?
between
Like-
1 and 2.
You know?
You're just getting it
Is
all
this
in
man
one
doing
package
like
with enough
V8s and
content
shit?
to
Yeah.
What does that even mean?
like just
I don't know. I think
Yeah.
rock
V8.
climbing
I think
has
them
like
separating
levels.
the games the way
so
they
there's
are
like
does
V1 through
answer
like
a lot of
V20,
questions
I
about like
think.
how certain PoE1 things might change
20?
over to the new
I
system.
think it goes to 20. I mean, because like
Like,
some
No,
of
it
them
does
they
not
have
go to
you like.
Like this is
20.
super unexpected, but
I mean, it goes to like I don't know
was
what the
the
fuck
fact that they're
level it
keeping up with
goes
Path of
to,
Exile
but it
1
goes to
expansions
something
as
high.
well.
Hold on. I think I'm done. I'm done.
Wait,
I'm
Vincent linked a clip.
I'm
I'm
chilling.
watch this.
Wait. Oh, you guys have seen Matha, right? Dude. Okay. Wait. That's crazy. Did Ty put this on
What
his YouTube?
the heck? I mean, I'm looking at the beginning and I would literally just
Okay, let me
fall.
see
Like, there's
this.
no way I could be doing this.
Oh, he's actually different.
Is this
With
his
one
music?
hand. Okay. Like, it's literally just
hold on.
it's just
Where did
easy
you put
for
this?
him.
Hold on. Where did you put this? Hold on.
Okay, well,
Let me show.
now
it
I
first.
feel extremely unfit.
Oh, whoops.
He's
watch out.
actually gifted.
Look at this motherfucker.
Oh my
Mathil's
god.
actually shredded.
Yeah.
Jesus But I mean, that's just your average PoE player.
Yeah. Yep.
That's
True.
That is true. Your brain expands and it's so wrinkly and you get super ripped IRL.
Guys, for people who don't know Ty, he won.
Just from playing
He
the
was
game.
the best racer in last ExileCon. He won and he just quit. Ended out on top. But there was a secret racer who has been participating in the
I'm fucking
in the
with the
competitions
dress shirt too on the
this
guy on
year
the right.
that ended up
thing's
being,
looking nice.
I think, him. Yeah.
What is on his shirt? It looks like crayon.
What is? He has
I don't know what it
a
is.
girl. No way.
Have you guys opened the stream chat? Everyone's just saying D4 bad. It's just something about Diablo 4.
Oh
yeah,
my
I mean,
god.
Bro, you can't even compare the game. Like what they
That's
just
what I'm
showed.
saying.
Yeah, what they just showed, like that shit blows literally any of the action RPGs right now out of the water. And that's not. I mean, I guess this is still an ad, but it's like not an ad.
Yeah,
That's
no,
like
I
a
understand.
real
I mean, it's just the
thing.
truth.
Yeah, it's just facts right there.
What is this video? Mental midget. Ty is such a fucking troll, man. Why does he have this song in the background?
Oh no, man. Imagine getting this layout right.
You can basically put Jungroan in the same bucket as like Big Ducks and Firegrass.
What the fuck? He's such a memer, man.
How much have they shown?
Here we go again.
I mean, this is the most that they've shown of. Like the earlier.
What the fuck is
or before
this?
it was just like a trailer. Or like
This is-
gameplay trailers.
It's.
I mean, but the
that
thing
showed
is,
like links and
Oh yeah,
stuff.
this is Ty.
Is the game basically gonna play like the first PoE with like maps? Yeah, have they said or no?
Yes, they said they would have like shared, like, or at least the idea was shared endgame, but I imagine it'd be maps. He's fucking shred. This is an average PoE racer, by the way. But yeah, this is the fourth racer. The race is gonna be actually wild at ExileCon this year. Holy moly! Racers are like speedrunners. It's essentially completing. Is it 4? Is it 5 acts or is it 10? I don't know exactly how much.
Okay, yeah, I
It's
need to know
probably
when does
4, right?
PoE Mobile
Well,
come
5.
out? That's what I need to know. That's what I got on my
Judy,
radar.
your phone can't even. Your phone explodes.
Yeah, and I'm willing for my phone to explode to experience PoE Mobile. That is the most exciting thing that I got from this.
You have like an Android. You have like a Samsung Galaxy 3 or something. You
I
got one
a
of those.
7, and they're only on 22, so chill, bro. It's not that old.
Okay,
It's
okay,
just-
guys.
15 years or some shit.
Jesus. Yeah, you need to do one. You
what
need
are
a
the-
new phone.
What is this?
I mean, the thing with PoE is surely my phone will be able to run it because the PoE developers have everyone in mind because they're the goats.
Yeah, but the thing is, what if you want to do a build that like, you know, explodes your whole screen? Then you need like a new,
Recoup damage taken
You
by
know.
your totems as
Yeah,
you
life.
need a new phone to handle it.
might have to
You need
limit my
jewels cost
builds
increases
to
and reductions to
simple
other
things
damage
so my
types.
phone doesn't explode.
What?
Yeah, that's understandable.
Transform. What does that mean? I don't even know. This one? Trigger Tawawa chosen when you attack?
I'm like feeling inspired.
I don't know what that is.
now. Like after
play?
watching this, yeah. I mean, I can't fucking wait for that
This is
league. So
no
I'm literally
resist?
gonna get a taste of it
Holy
right now, and I'm gonna go
moly.
play some TFT for an hour.
Okay.
I'm just gonna get another hit of it, bro. I gotta
All
relive
right.
that moment.
Okay.
I'm out
Nice
too.
watching, guys.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bye.
Goodbye. Eternal Allegiance Jewel? It used to be non-Val skills, but now it's strikes. Where's this image? Oh, it's on Reddit. I just picked up whatever. Skills from equipped body armors now supported by level 30. Wait, so this is guaranteed 8-link? What is Fist of War? Okay, let me go look. Fist of War. Oh, it's a slam fucking thing. Okay. What's Ancestral Calls the AoE thing, right? Is that right? It's the summon 2 things. Oh, interesting. 8-link chest? Damn, okay. And it's like a 9-link, right? You summon the stupid Tawa's Chosen. Is this in the game? Woa's Chosen. What does this unit do? It's an old chieftain? Weird. Okay, interesting. Dude, honestly, PoE does such a good job at their announcements. The only... I was so sad we didn't get closed beta before next year. It's a lot farther out than I originally thought. That sucks. But everything else they showed at PoE 2, it's like things that you're just like... It's been in ARPGs for a long time, but like they're not good things. Like there needs to be like, I guess, evolution. And they did such a good... like. The weapon swapping where you don't really use your other weapon, it's like so fucking smart. Oh my god. They did such a good thing. It's TFT League. It's my league. Oh, critical updates. Practicing with the next TFT League. What about Eternal Return pivot? Dude, the thing is, I'm obsessed with Garen. I think Garen's... Okay, hold me back, chat. Garen's kind of sexy. Like, that comp is kind of fucking hilarious. How about feeling about PoE 2 being completely separate? I personally don't mind, mainly because I trust grinding gears. I'm worried about the player base numbers, but I've never played PoE to care that much. Like, if the game is good, people will follow. That's kind of how I feel PoE's kind of always done their thing. And I feel like I want to trust them in this situation. I do think it's hard to pull off. But, I mean, if anyone could do it, no one's been able to do something like this before, and in my opinion, they can. It's definitely a risk, though. Like, I'm not gonna like sugarcoat it. It's gonna be a hard thing. Trying to merge both games was insane. Yeah, I don't know. Like, personally speaking, I like the game being a little bit slower, like PoE 2, because I do like my movement to be able to react to stuff. Like, I like that boss battles take a little bit, you know? I don't... In PoE 2, sometimes I see a boss and, like, it doesn't exist anymore, you know? Like, I steamroll it so fucking hard, I, like, roll it into the fucking ground and fucking beat it up, you know? And I end its bloodline. I'm sure that'll still happen in PoE 2, but at least up until that point, I'll have things to do, you know? Should PoE 2 not 1? I mean, that's fair. I'll definitely be playing 1, though. Like the next league. Oh, yes. Okay, wait. Question. So I'm curious. How many resists does Uber bosses have? Are they just capped? Because I'm trying to think how much that chieftain node actually matters. I know Templar or that one thing that does crit. The thing I literally played last week. Damn it. Is it Templar? No. Whatever. It's fixed res. Inquisitor, yeah, negates res as well. And it was quite nice. Pinnacle boss is 50? Oh. Yeah, okay. So like having... Oh, okay. Having 70 pen or 50 or being able to ignore resist is actually quite nice then on bosses. Quite nice. Wait, I just realized. Isn't this a Akshan game? Fuck, this item is so shit on Akshan though. You want like Deathblade Hurricane, right? Resist is really good on the hard T16s. Good to know. But then again, bro, look at my items, man. Actually, it's like, it's not that bad. Now that you think about it, maybe it's okay. I can do it. It's literally Garen items right here. Why did Vincent put this in the general chat? What the fuck, man?
Let us begin.
Fucking hilarious. Oh. Pump it up, baby. What do I do? Do I just slam this? Okay. I play Garen, right? I'm a Garener. Wow, he hasn't bought anything yet? 4, 5. This guy might go Garen, but that would be weird, right? Oh, who Oro sacrificed Flicker Chieftain? Oh shit, it works on Flicker. Is Flicker you're always stationary?
Start the show.
Is that how it works? Alright, this still look troll, but like I kind of need to fucking buy this. Sound like people play Garen? Well, I mean, he could, right? That guy has Giga Garen items too. He has not bought anything. He's loose streaking with this feels not like a great idea. Wait, I'm worried because if I get another Akshan, it means I kind of have to play this build. Oh, fuck, man. Fuck, man. I feel like Akshan gets so contested on this. Yeah, like this fucking... Yeah, okay, I'm not going to play Akshan. Fuck this. No, no, I sold it. There's no one telling anyone. I did the illegal move right there. I sold an Akshan on this. Like a giga illegal move, but it's worth it. Okay, I need this. Oh no, I'm last pick. Yes. Yes.
Ionia. The place was so damn quiet before I came along.
How's that spat free? Spats are actually kind of hard to use in comps. Look at all the stuff that spat builds into. It's not that great if you think about it. Like, how do you use spat in? You can use spat in this comp for 5 Shurima. You can use spat in. You can't use it in Zeri like at all, pretty much. Storks, and then, yeah, that's pretty much it, right? There's no one playing Noxus on this board, and so it's just, it's Ionia, true, but that's kind of a meh comp. Everyone looks like they're forcing Aphelios this game. Can I get pumping up 2 and 3? I can't, right? If I have 2, it won't give me 3, right? Is that correct? I need this. Can you even get outside 2? Oh, I don't think you can, right? Oh, I guess that answers that question. Really want this, but I can't hold it because I need the gold. It's fine. This usually equals about 30% attack speed. Pretty good. This 2-1, oh, it's the first stage right here, where you get your first augment. Freljord. Everyone's gonna be playing Zeri or whatever, and then there's me, Giga Chad Garen player. These guys don't know. They don't know what I'm cooking. Oh, I'm cooking an 8. I'm cooking a Giga 8. What the fuck are these items, man? Like, excuse me? What the fuck is going on? QSS? But then I can't get... I feel like QSS Garen is kind of meh. You feel me? Because I need BT. The problem is QSS in this lobby is okay, because... Wait, does QSS stop armor pen for your front line? It does not, right? So it's whatever. It does not. Should we give you a gold Nico and a tome? Oh shit, this guy's fucking lucky. Please, I need some way to make my items good. I don't know how. Shit, this is so good. So good. I think it's this for sure. This is awesome. I can play. I literally, the silver saves me a unit slot. Tight second choice. Yeah. But it's more like I need BT first. Also, silver is the tactician. Yeah. Let's put this here for now, because I'm. The worst part is if I get a spat, I might as well just fucking go another Juggernaut spat and just not run Garen carry, right? Like, isn't that the right thing to do? Not play Garen carry and then run 6 random jugs? It's fucking crazy. Been watching the new Superman anime series. I heard it's good. I also heard it's very anime, like animation wise. No one's contesting me, right? Juggling is hard. Can I even get Shadow Isles? Only if I get Senna, right? Maybe I should hold on to this. No, I don't think I'm 2-star if I'm rolling at 7 this game. I need this or this. Surely not gonna take both in the first. Is there a return? It's that they definitely say it a lot better. I'm worried about player base in general still, but I mean they did a good job. I don't know if I'm playing more, but they did a good job. sell these now, right? How is this not getting the thing? Thank you. I mean, I just do this, right? Anti-heal. Wait, I'm missing something. I'm missing 6 jug.
I may be merciful, but Targon isn't.
I mean, do I just not lose this game? No. Oh, it's bad. I mean, it's not. I mean, it's possible I drop Bo or BF next round. It's not terrible yet. Oh, wow. Well, it's kind of awkward. Go Lexus here? I mean, we can go some things, yeah. Yeah, good thing Lux is really good at killing single target units. So even though I 5 lost here, I don't feel that bad about it. Master Sage. Counters Darius, yeah, just anything that gets him stuck. Really? 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 Like, are you for real or like? This here.
But I'll never forget Ionia.
Okay. One, two. Fuck, I need to take this. I use my fucking it's fine. I must be a fucking moron. It's okay. What am I gonna do with this? I think I just put this on work. Great fucking rounds. Like,
Victory awaits.
do I ever play 5 Demacia at 8? It's possible, right? And then I get 2 prismatic items, 1 on luck. Like, I'm stacking luck, so it's not terrible, right? The problem is, it's weird to roll here is the problem. That's not that weird to roll. Now that I lost this. Okay, perfect, perfect. I first pick. Because I add J4 over this, right? And I'm done. The only way, I mean, I can play for a little bit and I make it better by adding legendaries, right? BT. Of course, the BF is on a one. Oh, I need to take this then. Because it's another Garen. It's fine. I just have to hope I find a BT. Oh, that seems a little ugly. That seems giga ugly. I can just go Hodge Garen and run Fist of Fairness, I guess. And sell the Lux. It's not that bad.
Noxus will rise. Noxus will rise. Show them the strength of Demacia. Victory awaits. Demacia, now and forever.
Is not of this time.
There's a Noxus player, and like I don't know if it's worth griefing him. Because I kind of just need gold. Probably not worth it.
Noxus will rise.
The light of Demacia!
No masterwork upgrade till later. Oh, I cannot kill this unit. I'm 1 loss. That's not good.
Demacia must lead by example.
Dude, my items are so bad, man. It's saved. It's actually fucking saved. Holy fuck.
Victory awaits.
Demacia is my home, but I'll never forget Ione.
volunteers to charge blindly into a storm of souls?
Oh, I don't know if I did it fast enough. Oh, I could not do it fast enough. That is not good. Oh, that is very not good. Holy moly. It's better just to play legendaries. The healing is insane on this. What? A 75% Omnivamp. I attack 44% more.
Shurima is not of this time.
This gets sold for the Slayer. This could probably be. I mean, we'll see. Oh, I got hot. This item is so crazy. 50 80, 50 AP, 30 Omnivamp. I'm wondering, like, I assume Senna is just better than any other, than the only 5 Demacia. I'm pretty sure 5 Demacia is always a bait, and eventually I want to go into playing Heimer, right? For Shrink. Wow, what the? I think I don't need a Juggernaut spats. I'm trying to think, it would mean I have to roll to replace this stuff. I mean, this is a decent unit. This is getting replaced with Aatrox. So it'd only be to replace this. I don't really care about that. Because that's on my Giga Cap board, and I'm pretty sure I'm not hitting that board. You can get 2? Oh my god. Wait, that's possible? I mean, okay, I have 80% Omnivamp. That's cool. This is level 7. Oh, he's like me. Spin the win, baby. So we get Jugspat to play Strategist. Strategist doesn't matter. Like, I don't need more attack speed, right? I have 32 plus 15, like 47% extra attack speed. I'm good. I literally have all 3 Zeke's attack speed right here, you know? I'm just trying to level and play Heimer if possible. 6 Deadeye. But his frontline is dog shit. Right? Isn't this guy's frontline terrible? It's like just this unit that's good. But everything else looks kind of bad. Oh, the damage that he's doing is kind of high though. Oh, no dice, buddy. Dude, I just get so much lifesteal. I need a Heimer for sure. I should probably just hold on to this just in case. This guy's probably like, who the fuck plays Garen reroll? And I'm like, oh shit, you know. Probably just this.
The world will fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain. Battle, yes.
Don't like this. Why he skips? I mean, does it even matter, man? Like, can he... I have double BT. I guess I could play this. Just go to Lux 3, it's fine. I'm not going 8. I'm not going 9. 9 in this lobby. Please spin, baby. Spin. Please spin. Am I dead? I'm dead. No. I have 4th here. Also, double BT gave 2 shields there. So that's bugged and broken for sure. But holy shit, I could have won this lobby. Target Ash reroll. Come, I have not. Ash reroll. Interesting. Okay. That's fine. I'm gonna play some ads. Scarlet Lover, 1 bar for 12 months. Sorry I missed you. Maneuver 7, 1 bar for 3. Got a reminder I prime sub right now with some ads says, damn you, capitalism, you win again. Oh, it is what it is, you know? Double 877, welcome back for 36 months. I thought we won that out, but. For me, what did I just think I was surprised Garen just gets stuck there. Like, I'm wondering if there's any way I can get Shrink. Like the comp just begs for Shrink, and if you don't have Last Whisper, it feels really bad. Like, instead of the second BT, if I had Last Whisper, I would have won that round because I just got stuck on the front. Love Did I? Yeah, it's really good. Yeah, like I need Shrinko Mechano, man. Or I guess yeah, I need Shrinko, man. I'll switch around Senna, yeah, maybe. You can't fit in Frel. Oh, I mean actually you kinda can, but I think I don't know. Alright, now hear me out, guys. What if I go Garen again? What if I just keep going Garen? What if I'm just a Garen player?
Welcome to Zon!
What is this, man? Who the fuck picks this? No one's playing Ezreal anymore, man. You don't have to pretend. You don't have to pretend that you like this one. Okay? We're all friends here. Like this one? Yeah. You have problems.
Samira. Try not to slow me down.
No, it's not worse than Targon Fog. Oh, I prefer Targon Fog.
Let's start the show.
Opener sucks. I'm kind of down to open. Let's let me items and playing flexibly. Okay. I don't know, man. I don't think slamming Rage Blade means you're playing flexibly. The flexible lines end in the same unit, so it's like not very fun at the moment. You feel me?
Let us.
Oh. Is this one even good? I feel like this is the one that you kind of skip. Robo. Fuck. Yeah, I got Zon-Gray, which is really good, actually. I just need to lose for a Rod, so I can actually play Zon. Or, sorry, not Rod, Bow. No way someone else in the lobby hit Zon hard, man. That is lame. Isn't Buffet good? Oh. It doesn't add any power to my board or make the game more interesting, so I don't like it. How did this guy lose with Silver Spoon leveling to 5? Who the fuck beat his... Oh. Oh. I see who won. I see who beat his ass. Okay. This guy's 4 Zon already. He got Exo and...
will be peace in the Freljord.
Am I really playing 6 on here?
I have but one life to give for Ionia. I must make it count.
Okay, so this is a level 5 player. Oh, his board is just not that good. But he got an Ophelia, so I guess he's the winner. Yes! I needed the loss, baby. 1 unit lost. It's like I won. Oh my god. Just make it easier for me. Hello. And now I can just play 4 Challenger for a bit. God, and it's on the perfect unit. Like, oh, it's so good, man. Okay, so we have Exoskeleton, which is okay. It's alright. It's probably like the Urgot one I'm going to use. I forgot. Oh, man. Making items gives you things.
I have but one life to give for Ionia. I must make
Alright.
it count.
I need a Robo Arm for sure. This guy got Piltover as well. What the fuck, man? Okay. Yerba B, thanks for sub. Welcome to the stream. I think I'm in a decent spot. I'm just chilling. I think I kill this eventually. Yeah, that's fine. Like, at least get 1. But this guy's board is just unbelievable, you know. 2? Sick. This guy is like a ridiculously disgusting board. Like, there's a reason he's 100 streaking, you know. Okay. I need a Zon Spat. If I have a Zon Spat, I can then get rid of 2 of the bad units and just play 3 and then Spat Jarvie. Yeah, it all could be good. But I'll hit this guy because I think his board is really bad. This guy's board is really bad. Oh no. He's 88 HP. I won this actually with Kalista. Man, this guy's board is... Oh, well actually maybe not. My front line is not that great. I don't want to win this, man. Whatever. He sent a TG and lost, man. Whatever. This is just such a good unit. And like if your board is ever weak, you just put, or whatever, you don't know what to put on the board, you just put another Kalista. It's all good. Have a crazy unit.
Ionia still stands.
I do indeed have a lot of money. Pre-level. I hope I don't get level up. That's the plan. It really sucks because I need this to be Forzon, but I can't really make it Forzon. Me not having a combat Agmon here is really sus. But we'll see. This guy's board seems kind of bad. Oh, it's Cat 2. Never mind. It is not that bad. My front line is just non-existent here. Oh, if I lost the one before, I would have so much gold. It's okay. It's okay. I'm rich. Money does solve all my problems. That's bad. I don't really want this. Oh. I feel like Shimmer this late is not good, right? Right? Fuck it, I'm just gonna take Shimmer. It's too late for the other one. I guess I'll just take this. Can't believe Callisto. I don't think it's as good as you think. I'd rather get more frontline here. Nice, free gold. I mean, definitely 4 challengers with the other thing does make a lot of sense, though. But I'm...
There will be peace in the Freljord. I will forge it.
Ionia.
See this, right?
So damn quiet before I came along.
Shimmer there super greedy. I mean, I think Shimmer there is the less greedy one. This is the most greedy one. Or actually, Investor's the most greedy. Because you have a board for Shimmer. Like Shimmer is gonna work. Like the board you have is perfect for it. Let's see Exoskeleton actually hard carries this. Oh, you're not gonna Yasuo. Did she do it for anything? Because it's one of her best items. It allows her to calculate crit into her pull out. I just got here after World Champ replay play bot Ford continuously and Iron on his Smurf and quit streaming. Dude, Iron's a tough crowd, man.
Dawn is the future.
Happens. guy's board is kind of good. So I don't know. I'm not going Yasuo this game.
If I don't kill you, Son
Dude, this guy is... Oh, he fully rolled down. Okay. What does he have? Hextech? Exo? I'm gonna go ahead and slam this for... for Urgot, right? I'm worried about this unit not living long enough. I have a feeling... It didn't fucking hit the 40 stacks. God damn it. I saw this unit and I was like, oh, that's kind of a dangerous position. My bad. Oh my god. Is it Robo? Tell me it's Robo. Is this the worst one?
I will restore Freljord's greatness. The Iceborn rule Freljord.
What the fuck is this, man?
I will restore Freljord's greatness.
Fuck is Shimmer Injector? I need to see the third one. Oh, a nice round. Sure, it's not bad.
I will rule the Freljord.
If I don't kill you, Son
Start with me every fight. This time's no different.
I am Thor's reckoning. Shurima is not of this time.
What do I even do with these? I probably would have wanted this if I put stuff, but I want to make sure I have it on the right units.
I won't be denied.
Nice. Oh, you guys dead. I don't even know what to do here. I think it's just the Titans, right? It would eat my items the best, and I fucking slam Morello Sedge, I guess. Like, I don't fucking know. Oh, wow. Titans. See, are you guys good? I heard it's okay. But I think I'd rather build the other one. Makes his cone bigger? Like, do I roll here? I think I want to green items here. I'm pretty strong, I think. I'm gonna stay 8 to do stuff though, so I'm probably holding the Zeri. Because the other Zeri player died, right? Bro says I would have done it if I was in a worse position, but I'm not in that bad of a position, so we can chill. I want a Zon spat to put on Sedge, and then I would make it exoskeleton, and it would be fucking lit. Double Noxus spat. Man, selling this is actually would have actually made me a lot of gold. Am I actually not going 9 this game? Oh shit. Oh no, I should have sold it. I was not going 9. I guess I'm not rolling down. Would have made two money. Yeah, the Zon explosion is the best one. Usually when you like Zon and Jarvan and then explode it with Warmogs and you just one-shot their whole team. But if you look at my team comp, it's kind of a little weird. Oh, you suck.
Welcome to Zon.
And I guess it actually is this item. Wow. I mean, I don't think my stuff's bad, right? It's pretty good. You thought you killed Lord Urgot? You were wrong. He is giga tanky and he reses.
If I sound rude, it's because I've got a world to save.
Sunrise. Oh, it shreds and sunders. Oh, shit. Yeah, double EXO with this is looking kind of juicy. Like, my items are really not that bad. It sucks is, like, this might not proc, maybe, but... I mean, given that you have protectors, I'm hoping that he'll ulti twice. What the fuck just happened here? Made no sense that he just skipped that, right? Huh, whatever, man. Happens. The interactions happened at the same time and they skipped, which is really unfortunate for me. Me buying this cost me so much gold, man. I kind of want to roll for these upgrades, but like I really don't need to. Nice Heimer. It's either Heimer or Rise. I don't know my thoughts about Rise. I mean, he technically wounds, shreds, and it looks like he's kind of owns. But I think Rise, I would need to save a lot of gold, and he's probably just a win more as opposed to an actual like good unit. This Urgot is an unkillable demon. Kind of like it. I see better than Aatrox. Maybe question mark. I would say my front line gets really bad in that situation. Zon? Nope. No Zon spats. Third item. Okay, it was gonna be that, and it's not that anymore. It's really Rageblade 2. Feels so bad, but it's like, what other item am I gonna get here? Lockets? It's like, Locket's the only other thing I could potentially get. This is better. Easier, yeah, but I mean, it's, I have this, so I'm like, I'm good with crit, you know? See, I'm pretty sure I never play Rise here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I never play Rise. Other units are just too good, you know? This actually is really good with my build. I have a lot of attack speed to spread it on people. People just burn. Raging on Zeri's not bad. It depends. I think it's better if you have more gunners, but I have 2 gunners and kind of a weird augments for it. So I would say it's relatively meh. Wow, no one's going for Urgot or Xerxes. Well, I'm holding. The lobby health is kind of close. I like the comp. It's great. I would just... I would drop Freljord completely. The Ashe just to play Heimer. I think the comp is great outside of it. Not to get moguls, that sucks. Oh, unfortunately for him, I got 2 lives. 2 lives is too good. This is Rek'Sai 3 with 2 Titans. Last stand, 2 Titans, know your enemy. Damn, he's lasting it up. It looks like he's owning. When you think of stuff that beats Ahri, you think of things that are hard to kill. If that makes sense. I think in perfect world, I don't. At least Virulent is like the only thing that is owning. Is it magic damage? Oh, is it owning? It did like 1,000 damage a round, but it caused it to increase damage from all sources, right? Yeah, it owns for sure.
Bond with me every fight. This time is no different.
I am Storm's reckoning.
You should have left home years ago.
I am Storm's reckoning. I am
What?
Storm's reckoning. Battle, yes.
Any volunteers to charge blindly into a storm of souls?
Where is it? Hello? My TG fell on my. Oh my god, man. The TG's in fucking Narnia right now, man. Now it's here. Fuck. The fight's over, man. I need you earlier. But yeah, you just throw this on Aatrox and you're good to go. Aatrox Scion.
Any volunteers to charge blindly into a storm of souls?
This has got to be better than something. I don't think I lose Ash yet, right?
Keep your distance.
Maybe it is. Oh shit! I needed it for this matchup. Ah, shit. All right, point proven. I need Freljord.
For great science.
Mechano. Shrinko. Rise inconsistent for sure. Yep. Is he gonna lose to someone I killed? He is. Oh, I win. This is five damage, right? For sure. Classic Scar win. See, I think I got 3 though. I was choked. Yeah, I was like, do I need Freljord? And then like literally I take it out. I'm like, look at these guys. Wait, I've never seen 6 Orns. Wait, this is like the most Orns I've ever seen. And me, Yi player at the top, baby, who doesn't have a Yi augment, but you know, it is what it is. Akari UK, thanks for sub on this stream. Dude, I'm just saying, I'm down to play Garen every game. But you need to give me like a sign. Like Hearth Home or something. I need a sign. If I had any new early roll comps the other day, oh, they don't really exist. I would need to try some of them, but like they all seem really hard to play in the current meta. This is New Jeans. I listen to Shoop. New Jeans for me is such a I don't know. I feel like they're such a TikTok group. That's how I feel. They're just talkers, you know. Is there a world where OTV does wheelchair racing to accommodate Sid's injury? What if she gets injured during the wheelchair racing? Is that a hot coffee tea enjoyer or a cold coffee? Oh, I prefer cold. Always. Oh, cutie OMG. I love that. Alright, these two Stillwater people are freaks. I respect it. You kidding, right? Wait, no, I drink cold everything. Cold is the best. For me, nothing is better hot. The exception is like, you know, hot cocoa on a night where it's literally freezing. But we don't really get those in, whatever. Oh, and soup, I guess. Cho'Gath.
So strange, we scream.
I have but one life to give for Ionia.
You cold brew your coffee? Oh, I don't drink coffee. Oh no. Oh no, I got my thing. You know when you get your wire stuck underneath your chair? Oh no. I did the thing. Hold on. Okay. Good. Joe Biden. Dude, I feel like it's so hard to play. Stuck in the wheels. Dude, Joe Biden is such a silly thing, man. I already fucked up. I don't want to do it.
I will show you the path. Let's start the show.
How do I play this? How do I play this? What are the BIS items? Anyone know? I need to know. Anyone know? Spark plus 2? What are 2? Just tank items? Wait, does he go back and heal again? Well, what does he do? Like, what does this do again? Attack speed. Is it attack speed and AD? Oh, ability power. Do I do gargoyle? Like what is the backline for? Like what's the actual comp? Titans? Is Titans better? Wait, he looks like he needs damage items.
Let's start the show.
Infinite AP.
This world is frayed and in need of mending.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I want to try full tank, I guess. We'll see how it goes. Like, what do I play behind this guy? Anyone know?
Reporting in.
If it's 6 Juggernaut, what's the normal thing? It's Ari, bro. I get. I just play with Talia. Backline, who else do you play? Talia?
Is what I want to see.
Whenever you hit, I mean, it's kind of weird because I guess you.
Killing you will be one of my finest works.
Talia, she gets a passive is whenever someone gets knocked up, he throws rocks at it, and sets the only unit that's not Scion that can knock up people. ETD is free top 2. Is it really? Because then how do you even play 2/2s from this position? He shot the set seating. Oh my god, wait. That's such a big deal for him too. Wait, I won because he shot the sitting set. That guy is sad. Oh, I guess you played reroll if you're playing this. And this is the only way you can play the Cho reroll. That makes a lot of sense, actually. You guarantee 3? That's pretty good.
That is what I want to see. If I don't, Zod will.
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
What do I do with my items, man? Like, do I not just stack? Did you say gen reroll or what? Like, oh, it's Garen items. And I played Garen. It's back to Garen. The boss kind of owns. You just don't want to play Garen. I don't know what you're talking about. The items literally scream Garen. Like, please play me, Garen. I can play 6 Ionia. What's the Ionia bonus? Is this health? Seems kind of meh. It's Radiant or it's...
Victory awaits.
I just played no Demacia. Interesting. Jug Yasu once he shows up. But isn't it so hard to play? Oh. Ionia for Demacia. No lie, this boss unit is kind of owns. I thought it'd be worse. You Warmogs? Is he skill of extra health? I thought his sit-ups were percentage health. No way. Woo! Healing item, well, you can't go BT because it fucks up or it's not very effective, so I don't have many options, you know?
Start the show. Noxus will rise. Sword will fight back.
Would Hodge be better? Yeah, maybe Hodge will be the only thing I can do. Hope for a crit item or some shit. How am I losing? How does he have so many units? Oh. This is endless hordes? Interesting.
Just looking for a road home.
Well, I mean, I can't really go into the Ionia till the round after, right? I can do... Like Endless Hordes is great. I don't know. Like one unit, there's some units that with one item is really good. Lowest win rate per round, I have no idea. I feel like it's not that bad. Who knows? Wow. Nasus 2 before Garen 2? Do I really go for Warwick 3 here? I think it's a waste of gold. Probably a waste of gold.
Just looking for a road home.
Ionia. Place was so damn quiet before I came along.
I really want to get Darius 2, if possible.
Defy Noxus and taste your
A little pricey. I mean, what do I do here? For this. Shield Lotus would be good here. There's a bunch of random things that are good. This is impossible with my comp. This is not good. I don't think generating mana does anything for non... Oh, this is good. Oh shit, I got that. That's such a good one. Okay. I don't think I need a roll. So I need to think. Do I even need 3 Ionian? What does Enlightenment do again? Gaining 20 mana and doubling your stats. Like, do I need to double stats? Is that good? What the fuck is this? Okay. I mean, he needs like what, Titans BT? I don't even know if I need a 3rd item on set. I'm just kind of chilling. I want Hodge, but I don't know if I can grab that. I want this. No way. Wait, I'm starting to think the boss is not balanced. I'm starting to think the boss is the fucking boss. No, someone took the boss. Sure.
Ionia. The place was so damn quiet before I came along. Ionia. The place was so damn quiet.
Don't commit with this.
Victory awaits.
Yep. Pretty good, pretty good. Yeah, burn him, burn him, burn him. Oh yeah. Sit up, sit up, sit up, sit up, sit up. Yes. Wow, he does a lot of damage. Boss feels like it plays for 4th? Really? I feel like the people who are playing for 4th are the people in my lobby. The only problem actually is this Eternal Winter is super good against my whole team. That's kind of annoying. Hot Shield would be great. Hot Shield would be great. Two 2-star 4 cost, almost 3-star Garen, 3-star set all on 6. That's normal. Oh, wait, he paid endless. Wait. Now, I feel like he's trolling. Isn't this griefing though? He has +2, +2. Oh. Oh yeah. And there's a buff. Yeah, but you don't have the gold to be able to make this comp. Like, look at his board. I guess he's pushing 8 next round, and he has 1, 2, 3, 7. He has 11 units. That's crazy. Like, the thing about having extra units is you need enough gold to make them 2-star. So it actually is expensive for you. And like, he doesn't have stuff upgraded either. So it's like a very expensive thing for him. This seems weird. Fuck it. Is he good with Endless Hordes? I imagine what's good with Endless Hordes is the fact that you can get, like, stuff like Strategist. It helps a lot when you have more units, right? You have more units to shield. That's a pretty good. He died. He cooked too hard, man. No, like, I respect it, but like, yeah, that guy cooked a little too hard. Guys always beat set level 1v1. I mean, what is the rise for this board? I'm gonna lose soon. I need Shred, so I'm gonna need to play Heimer. So that's why I don't want to just roll down for this to maintain streak. I need to go 8 so I can win out the game. Okay. Wait, this Yasuo kind of owns. Do you guys really think I should be playing Ahri? I guess I play Ahri at 8 as well, but and drop challenge. Wait, how do I have 3 challenger? Oh my god. I didn't realize that this is a challenger. Interesting. Okay. Oh shit. I should probably roll now. Okay, Garen, spin the win, baby. Dude, I swear, my Garen games are so lucky. Like, I don't even play, like, when I play Garen, like, it's like the fucking, everything comes together in like the best possible way. I try something else, it's fucking complete dog shit. It's so bad. But Garen, thumbs up, always good. A Zon emblem? Oh, it's probably not good. Like, I can't imagine a Zon thing would matter here. That's Aatrox. You put it here and switch to Karma or whatever later. What other character use Ginsu's? Aphelios, Zeri, Senna, all BIS on those characters. He got 6 Zon with Zon Aphelios. Wow, he has Robo Arm. What else does he have? Exo? Oh my god, wait, he's jacked. Okay, I got set. Heal. 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 I'm just curious. What is it? It's fucking... You know, if I knew I was going to keep this unit in the comp because I'm playing Yasuo, I would have went for 3-star Warwick. But it's okay.
I will restore Freljord's greatness.
Do you see my 2-year sub? Oh, I missed it. Sorry. Welcome back. Thank you so much for 2 years, man. Also, you requesting a sub in the middle of a game, you're brave. I would have missed that completely. Need shrink for this guy. Shrinko. 4 challenges? Nah, it's garbage. Like this. Yeah, I need my stuff on the other side.
Ionia still stands.
I might lose this one. Man, these super tanks are actually... Nah. The unit's dead already. I won. Easy peasy.
The void has breached this place.
Oh, let's go. It's me, this guy, and he's I-54, and he's fucking so fucking jacked. It's fine. Double Saj and JG. I mean, no, this is like the first game I've ever played the boss. My second game ever. He's a flip. He didn't flip? Wait, he didn't move his stuff at all? Wait, I just got my ass... I ruined myself by going on this side. That is not good. JK. Like, I'm kind of smoking them.
As Ionia changes, so will I.
He fucking was gonna Zephyr this, and he Zephyred a fucking. That's hilarious. Level, put Heimer. Good to go. Please, man. Kip. He's 0 gold.
Should have left home years ago.
Shurima is not of this time.
I should have left home years ago. Here I come.
I am Darkin. Your gods fear me. But Zephyr, you think this guy's gonna fucking frontline his Aphelios in my matchup? Hell no. If he wants to put his Aphelios center mid to go set, I don't care. I actually think that'd be fucking hilarious. G. Yeah, no problem. All of my Garen games are just first. 1-1-1-1-1-1-1. I would. Yeah, the boss actually owned. I was really impressed. Wait, I'm literally winning like 35 LP to 40 LP or 39 LP a game, and I'm 160 today? Wait, I actually won every game today. What the heck? Wait, hold on. Let me go look real quick. 1-1, 4-3-1, 5-1. Holy shit. Alright, hold on. I need to play some. I need to go use the restroom and then grab some water. So I'll be right back. Don Cadabra, welcome back for 3 months. Thanks for subbing. The aliens are gonna think we fucking own. What tier? I was going upstairs and I was like, I wonder what people are doing. You know, because sometimes my house just hangs out. And there's a couple people on the couch. I'm like, oh, what are they watching? It's Love Island. They're watching Love Island USA. I looked at. I was like, okay, get me out. Sheep, welcome back for 89 months. Thanks for your subbing. When I joined them, you want me to leave you guys? I'm on a win streak, baby. You know what that means? I'm win streaking. I can't just leave. Yeah, I'm owning with Garen. It's okay if I side B? Oh yeah, no problem. I mean, as long as you're not like actively, I don't know, being a griefer, it's like yeah. Do you still play League? Yep. That's a BOE2 and PoE being separate. I don't know. I think it's going to be very hard to pull off. Oh wait, question, guys. Fans Fest was today, right? Ham is there. Is there anything sick that they announced at Fan Fest?
always rises to the top.
The new expansion. Oh. Okay. You saw already on camera, that's funny. New classes. Oh wait, what's the new class? I'm curious.
Keep your enemies close, and me closer.
Main DPS, rage DPS? Okay, but like, what does that mean? Expected to be caster and pirate. Pirate? That would be fucking cool. That'd be hype. Because they already have ninja. They might as well round it out, you know?
Let's start the show.
Anoxian always rises to the top.
Try up to level 60? Okay, that's cool. You're supposed to hold this, right? And it probably... It's really hard because, okay, this sells. I need 1 gold. It's a 5 item opener. Oh no. Shit. It means you have to sell items early. Do I have good items? Oh, my items look okay, I guess. Not bad. Not bad.
If I don't hit you, Zod
Name's Samira. Try not to slow me down.
Bro, is it really Garen again? I'll tell you what. I'll definitely slam this. And then, oh, I don't know about slamming the other one. I have Garen. I fucking have Garen items. I have 2 Juggernauts and I have Garen items. Like, yeah, I get it. It's definitely something that I could do. I think you want to hold this, actually. And that's 2 channel die for gear and people lost their mind. Wait. Like, the ability to dye the same gear twice and separate the dyes?
This is very exciting.
Oh. You can use 2 dyes. And separate the thing? And people went nuts over that? That is fucking hilarious. Reversal, level up, golden ticket. Fashion is really the end game, man. Final Fantasy realized it. Working on a raid planning whiteboard. What the fuck does that even mean?
One life to give for Ionia. I must make it count.
Okay, what do I do for the rest of the stuff? I just go BF, right? And start going Zeeks, I guess? An overhead view planner. What the fuck? You can make diagrams. Okay, interesting. Like, it's so funny because there was both ExileCon and FanFest today. Like, dude, you could hear the people in the room when they announced what they were gonna do with the different weapons. That was like a banger. Like, everyone in the room was like, "Oh my god, they did what?" QSS for the... No, I'm not getting QSS, man. Yeah, the weapon swap was nuts. Oh, graphics update? That's cool. Ba-bum. Do you ever feel like sometimes you have too much damage or too much attack speed? Because if I get this, and I also get Zeeks, isn't that too much? Doesn't that not make any fucking sense? Wait, this guy already has... What the fuck? How does this guy already have Talia too? He has 0 gold. Oh, he has 10 gold. Okay. Oh, fuck. I need QSS in this lobby. Aw, shit. Okay, well. I guess I have to go QSS. My bad. Did you just see the team I just played against? I have to QSS this game. That's so lame. Whatever, man. I would just win Negatron here. Jason Workshop is every augment will be Priz this game. Boot La Gamer, thanks for sub on this stream. Yeah, beat him up, Warwick. Yeah, show him who's fucking boss, dude. It's you. You're the boss. Alright, now please die, because I need you to die. Oh, shit. I won? Oh, fuck off, man. No, I didn't want to win, dude. It's okay. I cursed her too hard? Yeah. Oh, you know what I could do instead? If oh shit, actually I don't know. Is there any way I can get Radiant QSS? That would be a fucking banger. Is that a Zeke's? That is a Zeke's. Okay, no joke. I'm gonna have to go QSS, but if I do. Oh, what a good loss for him. Wait. Wait. Oh. He fucking hates me. He literally fucking hates me, man. I ruined his streak. Not this. Okay, I have harm assist. I can afford. Oh, I need QSS.
I have but one life to give for Ionia. I must make it count.
All right, we're pumping, guys. We're pumping. 24%. We're pumping. He did Radiant Death Cap. Oh my god, the damage, man. It fucking hurts. He has a free tome? What the heck? Well, Radiant QS is not normal. I mean, because it lasts 30 seconds and the stats on it are fucking freakishly good. I really need I wanted the stupid pump, or not pump, the fuck the Juggernaut spat is really good. Oh, this might be the fastest 8th in my life, by the way, guys. But I have said that my games have been rather lucky with this comp, so we'll see. But this guy has double void spat. He has a spat left over because he just doesn't even fucking need it. He's just that good. Dude, I'm pretty sure the right thing is not to get QSS here. And just have the Radiant item on him for at least a little bit. Because I think I need to go for more Zeeks, pretty much.
Victory awaits. I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
Oh god. Every time I play this guy, I'm gonna get fucking flattened. Just straight up. Without QSS, I can never beat this guy late game, but I think that's okay. My idea is I'll be good against everyone else, and that's just the only thing I'm gonna do. This guy is so crazy. Warn item. 600 HP. He is fucking 100 streaking. Holy fuck. That guy is juiced.
The place was so damn quiet before I came along.
I need a Juggernaut spat, guys. Please, game. Please. I need a spat. Six Juggernauts. Sonic Crown Transfusion? Oh, that's really good. Wow. Oh, that was a crazy pull. I'm surprised he got that. Wait, how did they redirect my Cassio? Why did they redirect to Cho'Gath here? Oh, it's because he E'd backwards and lost aggro for a split second? Oh my god. Oh, that's crazy. Okay. 31, that is pretty bad. But at least I have a lot of gold.
I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
Okay, I need Garen 2 here plus Juggernaut Crown, maybe?
Demacia must lead by example. Demacia must lead by example.
Did I just roll over something important?
Sword will fight back. Divine lust and taste your blood.
Demacia is my home, but I'll never forget Ionia.
This guy's board is fucking cracked, and my board is complete dog shit. The items on this fucking set alone are insane. What? No fucking way. It's completely whipped.
Demacia is my home, but I'll never forget Ionia.
What is going on?
I've got you.
Dude, I didn't hit anything. What?
Demacia, now and forever.
Wait, that's actually kind of interesting. Is a 6 Juggernaut diff, man.
My Runeterra will be beautiful.
Fucking lost. $20 gold guarantee playing against fucking A-Boy. And Maple just walked into my door. Hello, cat. Wait. Wait, I want. Hold on, I gotta close my door. This Garen unit, bro. I wish it was virulent plague, you know? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Let me hit this guy. Let me hit this guy on this stage, please. Please. Oh, wait, I literally rolled fucking the best item. Oh no, this guy has... You're the most uncontested eighth? Nah, watch me, watch me, watch me. You think I'm gonna lose? Look at my boy. Look at them go. Brrr. You forget. Oh wait, this guy has 6 Luxes. Oh my god. Wait, yeah, you forget. I have fucking... I'm pumping up. You don't even get it. You don't understand. I'm pumped. Oh, please don't give me first place now. Robo Arm Worker spin? Maybe, but probably in the same way Rage Blade works. I want Morelos here, ideally. So on the Aatrox, I don't think that'll fucking matter. Oh, he got 2 lives? Well, that's fine. I got a lot of fucking spins. Yep. I have 25% healing, 30%, and then this is 30% healing, and then this is 20% healing. I have 75% healing there. AKA, I own. He gives him healing? Does he heal when he autos? Yeah, if Aatrox dies. Let me think. Probably this. Stop, shut the fuck up, man. And then
Zod's with me every fight. This time's no different.
Noxus will rise.
I'm dead. Oof. Okay, I should have rolled a little bit more. But it's just like, I was really unlucky with Garen's here. Is he dead? He's not. Let me look at this. Let me look at this. He's got triple void spat. So he can, what the fuck? He can run 4 bruiser void. Okay. Moonmate 21, 1 for 61, Ghostface is 124, 1 for 41. Lee Yaram, 1 for 43. I'm gonna play some ads. Mm-hmm. 5 Ornn players, that's weird. I didn't expect that many Ornns. Alright, what do we got here? Okay, well that's all boring.
Shurima is never lost.
Okay, that's fine.
The Isles will be cleansed.
6 gold, 2/3 cost is so good.
Darkness gathers on the island.
Danger Sensei, 1 for 34 pounds. Thanks for subbing. Bum bum bum.
The Isles will be cleansed.
Thank God I sold. Okay, now I have 2 Piltover. Oh, that's juicy. Okay. I guess I'm down to try to go for it. I also have 3. I have 3 Sork. Yeah, just default Sork here. Wow, I have a Rage Blade opener. What a great opener. Holy shit. Shiv opener is also insane.
I will show you the life.
Oh.
Snuff yours out.
This is very exciting.
Weird game. Sure. Favorite restaurant in Tokyo? The that one thing, the Katsudan restaurant is by far the best thing I ate at there. Like, shock, it's just so, like, just wow kind of deal. Is this? Okay. I mean, I almost want to just do. I think this is weaker or stronger already. I'm pretty sure this is already stronger. Let's see if it's actually any good. Oh, I mean, the thing is, okay, this is the great thing about food, is that everyone has different places they've been to. So your best restaurant isn't necessarily like bad. Or it's not a problem if it's better. It's just like, I haven't experienced stuff that's super incredible yet, you know? Yeah, I actually envy the people who have not eaten as well as I have, because they get to experience that for the first time. Kind of like watching a really great movie or reading a really great book for the first time, you know? We put over angle? Oh yeah, I just realized we do. Rip. The only thing that is kind of interesting is that you should, when I go to places that don't have a good average of food, a lot of really high rated places there are pretty bad. Because I'm used to food levels that are like LA level, and so like a 5 in like a random place in the middle of the desert, which I've been to a couple of times, is like not that good comparatively. That's something that I learned pretty quick. Bro. Fuck it, I'll just take 2 tiers. Nice Garen strat, where'd you get it from? Yeah, I invented it. It's actually, if you ever see anyone else playing it, just make sure to let me know.
I'm gonna get them fucking banned. Me trying to figure out if 30% attack speed is better. I guess I don't need Shadow Isles on Kalista is not incredible. Yeah, I don't mind missing the TF meta. I think it's better that I play in the current meta because it's not contested, and I appreciate that a lot more.
But Targon isn't.
Oh shit.
Just looking for a road home.
Rated blue buff and Bruiser's Bat, how does this turn into a Garen game? Oh, interesting. We'll see. Oh, I'm good. This guy's fucking playing. Yeah, it's fine.
Who needs a beat down?
One sec. Oh, run into this? Okay. Oh, great. I have a way to use my fucking tears. Thank God.
I may be merciful. But
Fuck, I can do this. It's fine.
They will feel pain they've never imagined.
Sucks because I'm technically...
I have but one life to give for Ionia. I must make it count.
This seems not bad. Fuck it. I'd rather be 30 here. Not this. Oh. 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 This is pretty darn good. I'm naturally like a god right now.
Hope you're having a good day. Yeah, I'm having a great day actually. I just vlogs. Wonder if you're getting inspiration from other vloggers. Not necessarily inspiration, but I've just watched a lot. Everything from like Gen M to like, I don't know. I've watched a lot of vlogs. Lily vlogs, Michael vlogs. Yeah. And the recent herb stream was fun. But it's definitely a game where I'm like, oh man. So it's like, oh, I need to hold on to. This is what that turned into, actually. I mean, I could just do 4 bruisers plus. It's definitely going to be Freljord, Zeri, or Sedge. I could just do. I guess whatever I hit. I hit 6 Sork's pad? Damn, okay. This is the worst position ever. Why is one of my carry units on the outside getting hit first? That's so bad, man. Oh god, they're stacking stuff on my unit, man. Please. Okay, nice. I need to not lose a round, ideally. I'm 8 streaking. That's so awesome and sick and awesome and sick. Item wise, I should just take this Nasus and slam. Redemption's pretty good with this.
Watch this.
What do I do here? I should level, but like I don't have anything of import to put in. It feels like I would be leveling for almost nothing. I gotta get level just so I can put in my units like better. Ah, I forgot. I can just run double this and it's fucking broken. Yep. I think Redemption is generally kind of a whatever item, but if you're playing Bruisers, it's actually a pretty good item. Because the other item is usually much better. The Knight's Vow. Because the amount of starting mana you get is kind of insane. Yep, I'm just streaking all the way, baby. This is gonna be an Aphelios or Zeri game. It's just hard to know which one it is until I start rolling. That's sick. That is sick. That is sick. Oh, then I can do this. Am I worried? Oh, what the heck? He's got a triple Heimer at 3-6? Wait, that's... Huh. I'm curious if that's even worth spending the money. It's not Goldenator, right? So isn't he just boned later? I feel like I got griefed here, but like... Huh. He has no money. I think he's level 7, though. Huh. That's crazy. Shrinko, Mechano. Most people right now are doing double Mechano, Shrinko.
Just kind of depends what you want to do. That is a nightmarish thing. I need Zon or Gunner to be put in, but I can't, so it's kind of sucky. I mean, I could go 4 Challenger or 6 Challenger from this position, but it seems a little bit weird. I don't know if I'd like to do that. I don't like triple silver or whatever. I hope it's silver is actually, it can't be triple. It's 50% gold, 50% prismatic, right? Triple silver, right? Double silver. I forgot. It's been a while since I remember the tables. Better Callista? No way it is. Oh, oh.
There will be peace in the Freljord.
For now.
We will forge it.
I think I want to go Aphelios from this position then. It's easier to play Aphelios. And this spat turns into probably Juggernaut later. Ionia Aphelios? Okay, that's I mean, that doesn't feel like a real comp to me. It kind of sucks because I really want my a Rek'Sai 3 this game because I'm running 6 Bruiser, but oh, it's like impossible, man. Play a clip of you say waiting until they're not there in LCS? Hell yeah. I'm fucking famous, man. Okay, how many people are playing the comps I want to play? This guy has Heimer 2 at 7. That's... sure. 2 Aphelios players. This is a Zeri player, I guess. The Rich is so good. It's only good when you're playing Bruisers, IMO. What do I want to bruise up, you know? I guess I get down to Bruiser or God. Depending on what Zon I get. Please. Stop tanking. Yes. Nice. Dude, I still have a fucking Callisto 1 carry. Like, come on, man. No way. I don't think... Oh, no. Oh, that's so unlucky that he has this. Bro. That sucks.
For the Freljord.
Is not this time.
The void has breached this place.
Shadows. Target marked.
Okay, I don't really know what to do. Juggernaut Emblem is definitely usable late game though, because you're almost always playing with Aatrox. This is one of the best individual units. Popular question around the internet right now is, what is something you've learned from video games? Is it popular right now? Who's saying something like that, man? But what I've learned? Oh shit! It's an emblem. Oh shit! Odd number item. I do not want that. That is fucking terrible. That's.
My room Terra will be beautiful.
I don't really want Belvet, to be honest.
Shurima is where all paths converge. Shurima is not of this time.
Dawn's with me every fight. This time's no different.
Okay. Can't fucking see items, which is not good.
I bring death.
Just looking for a road home. Demacia, now and forever.
Oh, I should not have fucking made this. Not bad. Do I just double Nico? The fucking Aphelios? I got fucking Robo Arm. Holy fuck. Okay. Well. I'm playing against RE2 8 Storks. Oh, well, I guess it doesn't really fucking matter. This Freljord is kind of good. This Scion is also kind of good. Okay, I can get Scion too. Is there any way I can get the Juggernaut into Scion too? It's more like, does it even matter?
Dawn's with me every fight. This time's no different.
Okay, I'm doing that. What the fuck do I do with this? Sure. I mean, my comp is not that bad, man. I think I just played against an Ari player and made my comp look pretty bad. Silver Urgot, what does Jinx have? And what does Urgot have? I value Gunner more than Deadeye. Oh, interesting. Wow, this guy stalled out so long, but it didn't matter. Still killed him? Holy moly. We're top 4, but the first place player is like Giga ultra strong. If I hit that guy, I'll lose. So it really sucks. Like, I want to play Senna here, right? But then I lose Robo Arm, which is not like, I can't lose Robo Arm if shit's broken. So I can't play Senna. I'm just board capped. A perfect board is probably I drop these two, but like I don't have the gold to replace. Do I need more damage or do I need more tankiness? Oh, I lost. That's so... Oh, did I lose? Wait, this guy seems... Oh, this is the guy who had Heimer 2 at 7, man. Redemption? I already have too many fucking redemptions, man. There's gotta be some sort of diminishing return once I get to the fucking third redemption, you know? Like, the third one can't be that good. Oh, this... I got matchmaking right here. Oh, maybe it's better to Gunblade. Well, like it's more like they just can't move here because this guy is going for Heimer 3. Okay. Because this Rise also CCs and the Heimer CCs. All right, whatever, man. Damn, people are just spamming Ornn? Interesting. We'll play some ads. This is an insane PoE mobile action. Oh shit. Ornn staple? Interesting. Oh, I'm fucking dying. Sorry about that. I think QD is better than you at TFT. Now, are you still better than QD at TFT? Aside from how weird the question is, I think QD is better than me at everything. You see, literally look at that guy. That's Giga Chad right there. Oh God. QD is who should take first contact. Oh hell yeah. He already has. Honestly, I'm climbing a decent amount today. We'll see what I can get. Oh, fucking sump. Do I want to sump? Probably not.
Show them the strength of Demacia.
That means I'm not getting gold next round. Okay.
They will feel pain they've never imagined.
I don't like holding. We have 3 Demacia, but is that ever even fucking worth it? I mean, I should probably give up one of these 3 costs. Usually, always Sona. Trek is way more flexible, better unit overall. But this is one of the weird times where I guess there's no way I would hold on to it. 6. Oh, we sold it all. I made 10. That's so good. Okay, that's fine. I'm not gonna even buy anything. Drunk Tom, thanks for the sub. Welcome to the stream.
Kapow. Six. Am I making 20 here?
Piltover's fun.
I will show you the path.
Oh, I could play. Question. Can I do 3 Titans? Or is that crazy? Am I fucking insane?
Is what I want to see.
Witness your demise.
A lot of times you use that was a third item over lifesteal. I mean, that's not true. I think a lot of times the third Titans. Why is he building? Oh, he's playing Rek'Sai reroll. What the fuck? What are the chances? I think Rek'Sai is really good with it because he heals based on damage done a lot. 100% apparently. Oh yeah.
Justice will be served.
So heal is unreliable. Is there another person that wants? Just sucks that I feel like I literally got contested immediately. How much is 35? So what is the difference between? It's 10 more. It's quite a significant amount. 20 extra 80 AP. Alright, I'm not gonna lie. I'm fascinated with going 3. Rek'Sai's still good. Is everyone really action Noxus? No, you don't understand. The fucking lobby is playing. But maybe I go triple Urgot actually. I'm getting contested here in a way that is not fun. Honestly, that's not the worst.
This is such a shitty one, but whatever, man. Yeah, probably give it to work for a little bit. Because he scales his healing off his... Oh, he scales his healing off his health? Oh, interesting. Yep. What has inherent healing? Not much.
Watch this.
Oh, the on hits healing. Okay, great. Okay. I have Urgot items. And I just need to hope the Urgot augment is good. Okay, that's...
Piltover's finest.
I must hurry if I am to win.
Yeah, ExileCon? I think it's cool. I got invited to go there earlier in the year, but I passed up because I didn't know what I was doing, but it looks awesome. Will Scar be playing FF14 again? Probably not. Oh no, he's not 2 stars, so he can't live. It's fine. I mean, it's a 40 loss. It's pretty good. Aatrox 2 triple Titans is easy win. I just playing Urgot. I think the chances of me getting Aatrox triple Titans is kind of unlikely. Does he heal himself? I guess it's through Slayer he does. I feel like this is so much value. What the hell? The Omnivamp. It's weird because like the only thing I can get here is a Fawn for my comps usually. Maybe I can get Slayer, but it's really not worth that much. I need Juggernaut. I've always wanted to do Gargantuan Resolve with 3 Titans, but it's like super hard to have the item components to make 3 Titans, right? Like it's not normal. Unless you start on fucking Petricite Forest and you can do that. Temporarily do it, you know. I guess I'm trying to think if I could even run Shimmer. I would like Omni Vamp, like Leech augments. I'm looking for triple combat augs here. I consider this a combat aug. Okay. Damn. Okay, Peter healing. I mean, it's 1 star. Okay. Probably just fuck off. I may have Jewel Lotus, right? So Hodge is actually insane value here. What's up? I go for 4th. Oh, I don't have a. Oh, I mean, I could go for 6.
I will restore Freljord's greatness.
I am Thorn's reckoning.
Virulent and Shimmer Injector. Oh, it's fucking bad. Oh. There we go. He got fucking shocked by Source. I think it's an ace. Meaningful complex I just wait for PoE2. I mean, it's up to you. How the fuck do I do this, man? I feel like, dude, I feel like I just need to hit. No joke, I just need to hit Zon at 4-2. Oh, it's still wait. That's the 1 minute, I guess. 8 life. That seems quite sad. Oh my god. The best part, I don't really want to roll. I probably should roll a little bit though.
Yeah! Teamwork!
From the shadows. Sword will fight back.
Watch this!
Feel the power.
I feel a lot better. Okay. I'm greedy. I'm so greedy so hard. Yes. 380 AP. Fucking Urgot God Demon mode. Bro, what the fuck is this? Like... First row I got. We'll see. Yes? Oh, dude, just a little bit of augment luck, man. There's a tiny bit of augment luck.
Piltover spike.
It's off curve. Yes, I know.
There will be peace in the Freljord. I will forge it. For the Freljord!
Dude, he's actually God. Like, the Urgot 2 is... Like, imagine if I got fucking Zahn and I got, like, the Biosteel for Lifesteal. Oh, that would have been so fucking good. Like... Wait. I'm starting to believe. Yeah, his shield scaling is very good. I know. That's the best Titan user in the game. We'll be used to heal Urgot, Aatrox. That's pretty much it.
I am Storm's reckoning.
Sean's future's about to get brighter.
Come on, yes. Zoncrest, whatever, dueling gunners. Oh my god.
Let's go.
Okay, well. Yeah, I need Sedge. Like, where the fuck is my Sedge? Sedge? Scion? Rise? Yeah, I think God. I mean, yeah, that too. Okay, this board is an illegal board at stage 4-6. He has a 1-star Darius. What? Literally, God heard me. Was like, here's your opponent. Wow, this guy's board is real bad. I was on bench. Yeah. Cool. Now they're not on the bench. I wish I had a little bit of Omnivamp. A tiny little bit. Yeah, if I get one bad fire RNG, I'm just dead.